right, we online, ready to go? Morning, everybody. Call to order this meeting of the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council. You have Zoom access for the public. Phone number 888-475-4499. Meeting ID 886-2686-5517. Live streaming can be accessed by the Nevada Legislative website. Thank you for the legislative folks for letting us use their meeting room this morning, and we'll call this to order. With that, can we get roll call, please?
Thank you. Kathleen Steele for the record. Chris McKenzie.
Here.
Jake Tibbetts.
Here online.
Kyle Davis.
Here.
Steve Boyce.
Here.
Bevan Lister.
Yep.
Sherm Swanson.
Here online.
Daphne M. Hooper. Here. Matt Johns.
Present online.
Perfect. Willie Malini. Here. All right. We got everyone.
Wonderful. Everybody's here. At this time, we'll take public comment. The call-in number is 888-475-4499. With that, if anybody present has public comment here, not see anybody rushing the dais, we'll go to online. Anybody public comment online? Not seeing any.
If you would like to participate in public comment today, please press *9 or raise hand in the Zoom window to take your place in the queue.
Forgot about that part. Thank you.
There are no callers wishing to provide public comment at this time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next up, we have approval of the agenda. Anybody get a chance to take a review of the agenda? If any questions, comments, motion? Mr. Malini, motion. Mr. Lister, second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No opposed? Okay, we have an agenda. Next up, we have the minutes for the October 22nd, 2025 meeting. That was the last full board meeting. If you had a chance to look at those.
I would move for adoption.
I do have one correction.
Okay, I'll go with Bevan first, then we'll go with Sherm.
Got Sherm. Go ahead and let Sherm go.
Okay, Sherm, go ahead. Thanks.
Item number 14, right at the end, public comment. Member Swanson announced February Zoom class grazing management is the week of February 16th. I would retitle the class Riparian Proper Functioning Condition Assessment, Integrated Riparian Management, and Riparian Grazing Management. That's all.
Mr. Chair, I have another correction.
Sherm, could you restate that, please? That was kind of quick, just for note-taking.
Sure. Riparian Proper Functioning Condition Assessment, Integrated Riparian Management, and Riparian Grazing Management.
Anyway, thank you. We got that? Okay. I got Bevan next, and then we'll go to Jake, if that's all right. Bottom one.
Oh, there we go. Okay. I wasn't clear on item 7. There was, and I know this was an interesting part of the meeting, but I'm not sure that I understood what the action was as recorded in the minutes. Does that make any sense? We've got a motion and a second and a withdrawal of a second, and then another motion, and a motion died by lack of second, and then another second, and then the motion passed unanimously. And I'm not sure which motion passed unanimously. So if somebody has clarification, I don't.
Kyle?
This is Kyle. I just agree with Bevan. It's very unclear reading these notes what actually happened here. I think the motion was just to move forward and discuss at today's meeting, which is reflected in our agenda. But this summary it's confusing to me.
I'd agree too. There's, in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 7th stanza down, it says member Lister withdrew the second, then it said member set. I'm not sure what that means, so we might need to go back through and do some cleanup on that if you don't mind. Jake, you were waiting patiently, sorry.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Jake Tibbetts. Says that Director Gokichia was both present and absent, and knowing him, that might have been the case, but I don't.
I noticed
Just
that
a small
too.
correction.
Playing both sides of the road. I had a couple. Oh, sorry, Kyle, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just going to make an alternative motion when you're ready.
Sorry, I just have a couple more cleanup. Under item 4, regulation workshop held Tuesday, it said member Janae moved to approve Tuesdays. Janae, he wouldn't make a motion, so I'm not sure if that would be a different member that made that motion, since he's ex officio. And then I had on item 10, number 1, it said updated adaptive management language to better align with the states. Is that states of Nevada, or the state apostrophe S, just to, we could get that. Then item 3 said change major right-of-way in general habitat management areas from avoidance to open. Does that mean open status, or I'm not sure what that meant. And then on item 11, number 2, it says set to present semi-annual. That must be report to governor or something. That's not finished there. Under 12B, starts with John Raby. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down, or 2 down, 2 lines down. Discussed lapse and appropriation, working on several items. Is that a lapse at LAPSE in appropriations? Maybe?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Alan. And then under the 5th line down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th line down, it says gather snowstorm. That must be snowstorm mountains, capital S. And then Little Humble. I think it's Little Humboldt. Then I think at the third line down after, will we now consolidate no longer report under John Raby, period. It will report under new. I think that needs to be cleaned up a bit. And I learned a new word in 13C, mesocarnivore, but I think we're good. There's just some capitalization and stuff throughout maybe to clean up, if that's all right. Anybody else have anything?
This is spelling in my name, but that's not a big deal.
Correct the spelling,
Move
Mr.
that
Boyce's
Jake-
name, please. Okay, sorry. Anybody else have anything? Kyle?
Well, if you're ready, Mr. Chairman, I would move that we defer decision on these minutes until our next meeting so that all of these changes can be made, because I think there's a few more than just, I guess, kind of cleanup. So I'd move defer this decision to the next meeting.
I'll second that.
Second from Mr. Lister. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, opposed? All right, we'll hold those off till next time. Next, we have the meeting minutes for the regulatory hearing we had on November 17th. Questions, concerns on that one? Corrections? Pretty short, sweet.
Mr. Chair, Jake Tibbetts here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, short and sweet. Just a minor correction again. It lists JJ Goikachia twice in the folks that are absent.
Maybe he was gone twice. I don't know. Thank you.
I got a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Pretty intense reading to pick up.
It's true. That's true. Any other changes? Motion?
Move approval with the changes noted by Mr. Tibbetts.
We have a motion of second? Second from Ms. Sam. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, we got through the minutes. Thank you. Next up, council member items and correspondence. Council members may make comments at this time, and the program manager will bring forward any pertinent correspondence directed to the council. Any council members have matters at this time? Not seeing any. Kathleen, do you have anything correspondence-wise? I'm seeing a head shaking no. All right, we'll move on. Everybody good? Going once, going twice? All righty. We'll move to number 6. Continuation of discussion and consideration of anthropogenic disturbance classification for data or data centers, depending on your preference. Ms. Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, Kathleen Steele for the record. You guys will recognize this presentation, though it's adjusted slightly according to further research. So data centers, just to remind you guys, it's a physical room, building, or facility that houses information technology infrastructure for building, running, and delivering applications and services and storing and managing the data. So it's just a bunch of servers in a big room. There are several data centers in Nevada already, mostly in the Reno Industrial Center, some in Silver Springs, some there's considerations throughout Nevada as well, which is why we're bringing this up. But they're everywhere, up in Reno and in Las Vegas at this given moment. All right, so further concerns, I fleshed this out a little bit because I spoke with NV Energy's Jeff Brigger, who's the Director of Business Development and Major Accounts. He's worked with data centers, providing the energy that is needed for them. So he knew a lot about what they look like, what they need, etc. So our concerns are habitat loss. Obviously, these are massive structures. Like I said, they're large structures. They provide perching and nesting. Generally, they're 1,000 square foot buildings, sometimes multi-story, 100,000 square foot buildings. They're huge. Increased activities, there's 10 to 50 employees per floor that manage the data centers after construction, depending on the size of the building. That does not include all the people needed to build this size of a building and all the infrastructure related to it. This is just after it is opened, how many employees are left to manage it. Noise. So they produce an average of 65 to 85 decibels up to 96 decibels, which is similar to standing next to a semi-truck. And then research shows that sounds at or above 85 can cause hearing loss over time. So they're right about there depending on the size of the building. Just to do a comparison, current research suggests that ambient levels in undisturbed sagebrush habitat are often around 16 to 22 decibels, and they shouldn't be higher than 10 decibels over ambient near LEC. So no more than increasing it by 10 decibels, so no more than 32. And then Data centers, again, produce 65 to 85 on average. So that is greatly above what ambient is and what should be around Lex.
So Kathleen, sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I can butt in.
Absolutely.
A couple of questions on that. So is that during construction or is that continuous during operation?
Thank you. Continuous during operation.
And do you have any data on it as far as during construction?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
So the lowest noise reduction recorded for a mid-sized data center, so the lowest that they could get for a mid-size, just a standard average size data center, is 70 decibels. So even with all their noise reduction that they could possibly work on, it's still at 70 decibels. However, noise does reduce by 6 decibels for every doubling of the distance away. So at 1 kilometer, the noise is down to 10 decibels from the data center specifically. In our state plan, it says that noise levels from geothermal facilities, oil and gas pumping stations, or gas pipeline compressor stations should not exceed 55 decibels at Lex. So just giving a little bit of direction on what the state already stands on. Additional concerns, they use a large amount of power. There's a lot of transmission lines going into it. Data centers currently use 2.5 gigawatts of power per day in Nevada, which is 300 to greater than 1,000 megawatts per site. According to NV Energy, they have requested an additional 17 gigawatts. Some of that has been approved, some of that is still pending. And then just for your information, because I had to look it up, 1 gigawatt equals 1,000 megawatts or 1 million kilowatts, and an average house uses about 30 kilowatts a day. So that's a lot of power. The Webb Data Center in Reno plans to use 28.5 megawatts of power, which is enough to power 17,000 homes on average. And that's similar to a sports stadium's power usage, which can range from 10 to 30 megawatts, depending on their light usage and their air conditioning. Every data center has 1 to 3 transmission lines per building, plus they have backup diesel generators with equal power to make sure that they never go offline. And then on top of the transmission line, they have miles of fiber optic cables, which in itself can be extensive. And then they also use a large amount of groundwater to cool the servers, including pipes, pumps, etc. Data centers can consume over a little less than 100,000 gallons up to 5 million gallons per day. To compare, one house uses about 100 to 500 gallons of water a day. And on the high end, this is equivalent, for the data centers, equivalent to the water use of a town populated by 10,000 to 50,000 people. They can use power to cool down everything in the data center, all the servers, but then they require more transmission lines, larger generators, more noise, etc. NV Energy, they told us that the footprint is very similar to geothermal, but they have needs very similar to mining. And so talking to NV Energy, looking up all this research, talking to other people, at its smallest, it's still very similar to our largest impacts. I could not figure out a high, medium, low like I was asked to. So at our smallest, it's still very similar to our largest impacts. So my only suggestion, and you guys can take it or adjust accordingly, is 100% weight with 6 kilometer difference. My justification is it's the same category as geothermal and mines. It has large perching and nesting capabilities. It has a lot of noise, similar to geothermal plants, which generate noise about 70 to 120 decibels, and extensive water processing with associated infrastructure for the water and the power and all of that. Questions?
Mr. Boyce.
Yep, Kathleen, and you've stated that they can use up to 1 million gallons of water per day. Is the water re-injected back into the ground like a geothermal?
Sometimes it depends on their system. Sometimes they have a closed system where they try to whatever it's called, cooling, and then they recycle it back. Sometimes it goes back in and they pump it out again. Usually it's not. Usually it's like a closed system.
So okay.
From my research, that's what I could find.
'Cause that's a lot of water.
It is a lot of water. It's a lot of water.
Impact a lot of things in
Yeah.
the area. Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Kathleen? Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple of different questions here, and I apologize, I missed the beginning of the discussion at our last meeting on this, so I apologize if any of this has been covered already. But I guess my first question is, just knowing what I know about what's happening on data center development in Nevada, and it's in the paper was stapled on the wrong side. I'm having trouble getting to the right page here. So most of this development is happening in the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center or out in kind of the North Valleys in the Reno Sparks area. I guess I'm curious about what was the impetus for looking at this and thinking that we have a potential impact to sagebrush habitats that we needed to develop this. Are we just expecting this might happen in other areas besides that? Because those aren't, looking at our maps, those aren't, areas of sage-grouse habitat.
Kathleen Steele, for the record, that's correct. Currently, they are not in greater sage-grouse habitat or impacting greater sage-grouse habitat. However, there are rumors that they could potentially be, that a couple of the companies are looking at areas in more central Nevada. And then John Raby last meeting said that I can't remember, it was like a good handful of applications that are coming in on data centers on public lands.
Great, thanks. And then I guess probably a related question is, so this would be a new classification of a type of disturbance. Is there an official process for if somebody says this is a new type of disturbance, your program ought to have a category for dealing with that, and they approach you? Is there an official way for them to, I guess, request that? Do they approach you and then you bring it to us, and then I guess theoretically, if you disagreed, they could come to us directly? But is this, I guess, one, is there a process, and then two, is this something that ultimately this council always approves new disturbance categories?
Kathleen Steele, for the record. So yes, there's a lot of questions there. So if someone has a new disturbance type, they can come to us. They usually don't request. They just come to us and say, we needed to do this, and we have this kind of disturbance. If it is a one-off, we have had a couple of one-offs that are very rare, not enough of them are occurring that we could just put them under other. If it's more than a one-off, we can see kind of a repetition, or we think it could fall under a similar category. We'll usually come to you all, and we always come to you all. If we're making any new category, especially any new anthropogenic category, or sliding something under a specific category, we'll come to you and say, here's our theory, here's our research, here's how the impact is. What do you think? This is our recommendation, but you guys can adjust accordingly. So that is always the case. If they disagree, they are more than welcome to come to you as well, or be present during the discussion. But we never just, unless it's just an other, like a one-off, we'll throw it under one of the other categories. Usually those are gravel pits, but sometimes they're something else. But we'll usually come to y'all with our research, which is why I'm here with this. We've discussed it before with other anthropogenic features.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. One other question. I guess I'm curious, we had this discussion in our last meeting, at this meeting as well. Have we gotten any feedback or any information from any of the, numerous developers that we see here of data centers in Nevada about what their thoughts are on this proposal?
Kathleen Steele, no. I've just reached out to NV Energy and just various research papers, publications on what their impact is, how big they are, all the different research, news articles, etc.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Daphne. Go for it. Yeah, or if you're ready.
Thank you. I know the focus for here was Trek because that's where a lot of the data centers are. I know there's one on the Lyon County Commission set for Thursday's meeting. And I'm just curious, not just the impact for the space where the data center is going to be placed, but also the longer term impacts of things like water downstream and those other challenges. So I just wanted to make that statement. I think there's a lot to look at with the data centers, and it's starting to expand a lot to the rurals.
Other questions or comments for Kathleen? I appreciate you getting out in front of this. At least it's not in our lap and then trying to figure out as we go. I think at least this is being proactive is a great idea. I didn't know. We do have this for possible action if there aren't other questions or comments.
Mr. Chair, I do have my hand raised.
Sorry, Sherm.
Thank you. Sherm Swanson for the record. Kathleen, are there any other users of water that are debited for their impact to sage-grouse? Not that use of water can't have an impact to sage-grouse, but it isn't usually, I don't think, metriced by us, if you will. Measured.
Yeah, Kathleen Steele for the record. We don't look at water usage itself. Geothermal is the other one that I can think of, which is why I first compared it with geothermal of the water usage, but we don't look at water usage. Usually our concern is the large amount of infrastructure that goes with water usage, including pipes, pumps, the sound, the noise. All of that is included in our analyses. But the actual usage of water, we don't contend with.
Thank you. And then a follow-up. As I recall at our last meeting, one of the questions that came up was this question of the term and the definition of the term data center, with the idea that it may represent a continuum from small to large at our present technology, small data center, large data center, and certainly the economics may trend toward larger, but that doesn't mean that there won't be a data center that is smaller. And the other related thought is that the computer power that it took to go to the moon is less than we have on our phones these days. Technology advances, and I think there's laws about the cost of computer data storage being cut in half in about every 3 years. So as we go into the future, the race is on, will we generate more data or reduce the cost more? But certainly these data centers are going to change in their technology. So there's a set of assumptions that are sort of behind this decision today, but those set of assumptions may not hold into the future if at some point in the future somebody comes up with a way to build a data center that doesn't have these problems. How would we probably handle that wonderful thing that they're able to do something useful but with far less impact? Is that a hard thing to do or an administratively sort of straightforward thing to do?
Kathleen Steele for the record. That is a good question. So just like any of our anthropogenic disturbances, there are numerous potentials for things getting more advanced, becoming quieter, smaller, better in the future, less impactful in the future. And that is a potential. Like I said, I spoke with NV Energy and did a lot of research, and even the smallest data center that I could find and the most like noise reduction and infrastructure reduction was still about the size of and this impact of like a mine. So at this given moment, that science isn't there, but if down the road we start seeing a trend, we reevaluate all of our anthropogenic disturbances every year. This is an annual evaluation every winter, right about now. Actually, usually starts in October. Of do we need to add? Do we need to change? Some things we do need to change. We are working on that. There were more pressing things this year to take care of and bring to you guys. That we chose to go over and above some of the science updates. We are currently working on science updates and might bring some stuff forward in the future. But there's potential. We look at things every year as new science comes out, as we talk to project proponents. If things are getting better, if they can put instances in place that reduce their impact down to where we believe could be a lower category or a lower impact, then we would bring to you guys and say the same thing. Like we propose a second category because now we're seeing this. We propose a third category because we're now seeing this. It's very similar to like a high, medium, and low. So that's the same as what we would do with any of the other anthropogenic disturbances.
And if an individual company is far ahead of the curve, they could propose that we modify, and then that would come before the SEC?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I got Matt next, and we'll go Willie after that. Thank you.
Matthew Johns for the record, and Kathleen, I appreciate the time and doing a little more research on this as well. Just more of a comment. We did take the opportunity to have one of our individuals from NV Energy provide just some very what we're seeing out there in terms of the scale of the infrastructure is primarily where Jeff provided insights on to hopefully kind of help inform a decision. Really, at this time, these data centers are, I think, on the larger scale on it right now is what we tend to be seeing out there in the environment. We haven't seen any on specifically cited on federal land yet, but I think that's what Kathleen's trying to prepare us for on that. And then kind of in those discussions, when we just try to compare it in terms of scale and kind of comparable, it does seem like the geothermal kind of comparison is a fair starting point for evaluating this if one comes forward on public land. That's just some comments in reviewing the presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to say thank you to NV Energy for their willingness to talk to us. That was very helpful, a very informative discussion.
Thanks, Matt. Willie?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, for the record, Willie Malini. Kathleen, what is your proposed, I know we went through this before, but I can't find it, language that you're recommending? I mean, it would be like geothermal, but could you give me the kind of the language of it?
It would just be, Kathleen Steele for the record, it would just be in addition to our anthropogenic disturbance section. I would compile the concerns into a literature citing in our HQT, but it would just be a section in the anthropogenic disturbance table that we have, where it's just a new line, a new addition, and it would go into our GIS database as a new option for running our HQT. So there's not much language because we don't really have a lot of language regarding disturbances throughout our documents except for our HQT, and it would just be specifically throwing in the research that we've seen on what the concerns are. It would more be along the lines of how we decide on what weight and distance this data center category would be, and that would slide into our anthropogenic disturbance table.
Mr. Chairman, I would move we accept the recommendation of staff and treat data centers as we do geothermal operations. That's a motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Boyce seconds. Further discussion? Mr. Lister?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Kathleen. It's good information. And I'll be the dumb guy. Do we have a stepped classification for industrial use?
Kathleen Steele, it depends on the category. We have for mines, large mine active, large mine inactive, small mine active, small mine inactive. So it has been done, but it just depends on the industry.
And that's kind of where I was headed. It seems like to be better prepared for the future. I don't disagree with Member Malini's motion, but for the future, we may want to just address industrial development and have a small, medium, large, or low, medium, and high, or however categorized, with kind of those sideboards of footprint, noise, the other, and so if it's 50,000 square feet and only produces 10 decibels or 20 decibels, then it's one category. You see where I'm going? And that way, we don't have to take things and pigeonhole them, kind of like we're doing now. We can, if it fits in an industrial class, because it might just be a industrial storage where they come and take up 100 acres or whatever just to store goods. And if we're prepared for that, something like that, I think, is way more possible in our rural areas than these data centers. I'm not seeing a whole bunch of techies wanting to live in Eureka. Sorry, Jake. But you see what I'm saying? But for our rural areas, there could be this small to medium to even large industrial development that if we're prepared for, then we don't have to scramble and try to fit it somewhere. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Kathleen Steele, for the record, that's what the initial intent was for the other category. There are some very general definitions under other. I think we could modify those definitions to include industrial as well, where they would fall under the low, medium, and high in the other, because it does talk about if you work to reduce noise or perching capabilities, then you can fall from high down to medium, and even more so down to low. So yeah, we could work to adjust those to be more one-offs, like a storage center.
Jake?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Jake Tibbetts, for the record. I'm going to support the motion. I think, data centers are totally discretionary. You can choose where you want them to be. It's not like mining and geothermal. I think whatever we can do to incentivize folks to place these in non-habitat is a good thing. Where geothermal and mineral resources, they exist where they exist. And so that's a bit different there. So I think with this, lumping them as the kind of the same category as mining and geothermal will potentially provide an incentive for folks to find areas that don't impact sage-grouse habitat. That's also understanding we have all the other layers below, from the BLM land use plans that have, whether these lands are open or not, the various avoidance things they have to build in place. So with all of that, as I've debated it in my own mind, I am going to support the motion.
Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question, and I guess possibly a comment as well. No, I just had to step out for a second, and I missed what the motion is. So if somebody could restate that, that would be great.
I think it was a motion to accept the proposal of the set.
Okay.
For the data centers.
Okay. Well, in that case, yes, I'm willing to support the motion. I am a little bit uncomfortable that we don't have any direct input from anybody in this industry through this process. So I just want to put on the record that I think it would be, if we do hear anything in the future, and I would also encourage Kathleen just to reach out to the industry and say, hey, these are the new requirements that you do need to be aware of developing in sage-grouse habitat, and should we hear anything, just be willing to consider that input. But I think, for now, I'm willing to support this proposal so that we have something in place.
Any further discussion or questions on the motion? All right. Call a question. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposed? Unanimous? Motion passes. Thank you. Good work.
Thank you.
Oh, I know we'll get in trouble. I was supposed to announce we have snacks in the corner in case you're, starting to, the turkey's wearing off or anything else. So if just to help you get through this, as they're provided. With that, we'll go to number 7, discussion and consideration of the use of the proximity factor in the conservation credit system. Casey, this is possible action.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Casey Adkins for the record. So today I'm going to be talking about the proximity factor and just provide some metrics for a discussion for you all today. So this was originally brought forth by a council member in our August meeting. That it was requested that there might be a point for discussion here and possible action if you see fit. So our current policies for the proximity ratios are to incentivize debit projects to purchase credits from credit projects within a close geographic proximity to where the debit project site is. And this is essentially to serve those same populations that are losing habitat to preserve habitat in that same area. So right now, these proximity factors are divided into 4 different categories based off of different geographic regions. So we have those broken down by WAFWA zones, Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agency zones, biologically significant units, and population management units. And those range from a 1.15 multiplier to a 1.0 multiplier, so up to 15% increase. So now I'm going to just go through some general metrics of how often proximity factors are used and what type of projects they're most typically used with. So to date, we have completed 84 credit transactions within the conservation credit system. 42 of those transactions, so about 50% of the total, have actually occurred between credit and debit projects within different WAFWA zones, so our highest proximity factor at that 1.15. Then we go down into the same WAFWA zone at 10%, 1.1, with 24 transactions, and then 7 transactions within the same biological significant unit, and then 11 transactions within the same population management unit, so our smallest unit. So approximately to date, we've had just over 900 credits that have been sold specifically for proximity factor offset. So in this table here, you can just see the number of transactions that we've had per different category for proximity uses. So you can see that the greatest number of proximity ratios used is that 1.15 when they're in different WAFWA zones. When we break it down by the number of debits transacted, so not individual transactions, but the number of debits that are actually being exchanged or credits being exchanged, we've had 41% of the total within different WAFWA zones, and 17 in the transacted debits for the same WAFWA zone. And then it declines with the same BSU and PMU. And if we look at this table, we can see on the y-axis here, we have the occurrence of transactions within the category, depending on the total number of debits. So we have these broken down into 4 different groups for the number of debits that were transacted. So you can see in the dark green, we have transactions where only 0 to 9 or 1 to 9 debits were actually transacted. And that goes all the way up to the lighter green, and that has 1,000 plus credits that were transacted. So here you can see that we have more transactions still, or more debits being offset within different WAFWA zones that we saw those metrics in the previous slide. But we can see here that there's no real general relationship between the debit amount and the proximity factor, meaning we're not finding a trend within a smaller debit project using proximity factors more or less, and vice versa for larger debit projects. That being noted, it is important to state that within our categories, all of our projects are not spatially balanced across the state. So we do have debit and credit projects within all three of our WAFO zones that we serve, but that's not necessarily the case for the BSUs and the PMUs. So here we have 7 BSUs that host a debit project, but there are no credit project within it. So here we have, in pink, we have the BSUs that there is a debit project on the landscape, but there are no credits within that BSU. Essentially meaning, regardless if that proponent was trying to purchase credits within that BSU, they're just not available to them. And then those green ones are either BSUs that have no projects or have both. And then in orange, we have a credit project where there is no debit projects. So here we have those same color differences, but based at the PMU level, so the Population Management Unit. And so here we have 18 PMUs that host a debit project without a credit project within that area. So that same logic there, whereas even if the debit proponent wants to buy credits within their PMU, it's just not available to them. So they're automatically going to have some form of proximity factor applied. So in summary, there aren't super clear trends on who is using proximity factors and who is not. It doesn't seem to be dissuading purchasing outside of the greater Sagebrush population areas in total, as well as they don't always overlap. So again, they're not always available for a debit proponent to purchase. And debit projects seem to be, we're not necessarily privy to the most of the information of the free market between the debit and credit exchanges within the CCS, but it doesn't seem to be influencing the purchasing, and it just seems to be like what is the going rate, and they're going for the cheapest credits that they can find. And with that, I can take any questions.
Mr. Boyce?
Yes. Even though there aren't a lot of projects in these areas, there is still a percentage that's in those PMUs. And it seems to me that's been the intent all along with the program, is to try to do that, which has been to a certain extent successful. And I would just hate to see this change for that percentage. I'm aware of one project in our area that was actually on the same ranch, which to me is what the intent is. So anyway, in short, I would propose that we do not change it, and that we go on and with incentives to do it in the area. I'm not sure what it's hurting, the way it is.
Got a motion?
Well, not yet.
Okay. No motion yet, okay. Other questions or comments at this time for Casey?
Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Sherm?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sherm. Thank you, Chair Chris. Sherm Swanson for the record. I have a couple of questions. What if we have a project in the same BSU but in a different WAFWA management zone, or in a same PMU but a different WAFWA management zone? It seems to me that those boundaries are not well aligned. If they're real biological units, then the WAFO management zone would ideally follow the boundary lines of the PMUs, as the BSUs and PMUs seem to be aligned.
Thank you for your question, Sherm. Yes, so the PMUs and the BSUs do align, but you can see from this map that I'm showing on the screen that the WAFWA zones do not. So we will actually divide a project, whether a credit or a debit project, by individual map units, depending on which WAFWA zone that they fall within. So a debit proponent could be purchasing from a single credit project, but they could be purchasing and have different proximity ratios because they're purchasing from two separate map units that fall within different WAFWA zones or PMUs and BSUs. So we actually divide that out within a transaction. But it is a bit more confusing for all of the proponents and a bit extra paperwork.
So I would like to move that for the purpose of our CCS, that we align our effective WAFWA management zone boundary line to correspond with the boundary lines of the PMUs to make that task more easy.
Is that something that's easily done, feasible?
These lines are already on the map.
So Kathleen Steele, for the record, that has always been a point of contention with this. The WAFWA zone lines are drawn by a different entity than the PMU and BSUs, so they don't necessarily align, and we have brought it up a couple times. There's pros and cons, because if we change the WAFWA zone lines, then it'll be slightly different from the actual Western Association of Fish and Wildlife. Do we want to be different than the people who, than the map lines of the people who actually made it? That's up to you guys. We can do it. It doesn't make too much of a difference, I don't think, to us. Our process runs the same. I don't think really anything changes. It's just more optics of like, do we want to be different than the record of people who actually made it?
It seems to me, if you will, that would be like in GIS, correcting errors that occur because of differences in the scale at which we map.
I see both Matt and Jake's hands up. I'm not sure. I'll go with Matt first, if that's all right.
Well, yeah, Matt, excuse me, Matt Johns for the record, and just in identifying projects for work that we're doing at NV Energy. It wasn't a barrier at the end of the day on it. That I recognize maps are different, and it'd be nice to align things, but I think, and others may be able to speak to this, those private credit project developers, develop their projects with those boundaries in mind, as well as they market that. And so I think it functions today fine, and I don't know what the impact, if any, may be on the private credit projects they developed with these boundaries in mind.
Thank you, Matt. Jake, you had your hand up?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Jake Tibbetts. I agree with Matt. I think the manual calls out, how to address. So I think alignment is good. I'm just not sure changing boundaries would fit under this agenda, first thing, because we're talking about proximity ratios. And then I do think that addressing this change, it specifically calls out how you do that. It says, as long as you're in the same PMU, even if you're in a different WAFWA management zone, the proximity factor doesn't apply. That's called out in our manual as it exists already. So I really don't think it's an issue as we sit here today. Related to the proximity factors, I do think they're, as we sit here today with the presentation that was just given, that you could make an argument that the proximity factors should be increased. Where there has, when you read our state plan and the manual, it says the proximity factor is to incentivize mitigation to the population of birds you're affecting. So it's obvious that, proximity factors are not a barrier to folks. But I'd say, while we're maybe not in our infancy, we're still working out some things. We now have the public land credit development and a lot of other things we're working on. So I do believe my perspective is keeping the proximity factors as they are today would be wise to do, because I think things are changing and providing more avenues for people to actually develop credits where their impacts exist. are there now that weren't there even just a few months ago. So I would support keeping them as they are. Thanks.
I think I messed up. Sherm, you made a motion, I believe, and I didn't ask for a second. My apologies. So, but you have your hand up. So
Yeah, I noticed it did not get a second.
I
don't
didn't ask
know
for
if
one.
you'd
My
like to
fault.
call for a second.
I didn't call for one. My apologies. There is a motion. Would you mind restating it again, just so we can see if there's a second?
The motion would be to modify the WAFWA management map into an effective WAFWA management map so that the effective WAFWA boundary follows the boundaries between PMUs, so that a PMU or BSU would not be in two different WAFWA management zones. And I could describe that on the map, but I don't think I would need to.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second to that motion? Not hearing or seeing
Chair.
one. I'm sorry. Jake, is that you?
Yeah, I'm not going to second. I do think this is a good conversation, but again, maybe Nicole can help us out. I just don't know if it falls within this agenda item. We're changing now, maps and whatever, where this item is specific to proximity factors. I know it applied. You use the maps to determine proximity factors. I think maybe a future agenda item to talk about this on alignment would be better off than trying to shoehorn it into this item. So I'm not opposed to having that conversation. I just don't know if it's under this item is appropriate.
So the appropriate way to deal with that is for it to die for lack of a second. So I'll make another motion that might die for a lack of a second, because Jake has already expressed that he would not be in support of this. But it seems to me that if we want to incentivize conservation efforts that are going to affect the impacted populations, that we may need to increase, but Member Boyce said that there's evidence that it does work. I didn't hear that in the presentation, and I'm wondering if Member Boyce would describe why he thinks it is working.
Well, Member
This
Swanson,
is-
I'll try.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to go back. My mic wasn't working, so I apologize, everybody. Thank you, Commissioner Tibbetts. I was kind of squirming in my seat here. I think you're correct. I think you hit the nail on the head. I think this is a good conversation, but unfortunately not an agendized conversation that we have for today. So thank you for speaking up.
Mr. Boyce, would you like to follow up to Sherm?
Yeah, sure. My point being that there are percentages here that there actually are in the same areas, correct? And
Yes.
And I think we have to understand that this is never going to balance out. And we, there's always going to there's more habitat and more projects in certain areas of the state, and so but we can do what we can do, and I think that's where we've been. That was our intent, and to some degree, it's worked. And so I think when David are looking at purchasing credits, that they take that into consideration, and I think that's all we were trying to do when we set this up.
Just for point of order, Sherm, you made a motion but then asked a question to Mr. Boyce. I got to figure out, is this, and Kyle would like to make a comment, or would you like to follow up just in terms of, for purposes of the motion, it's still there? It's still pending, or?
Actually, I don't think I got around to making the motion. I was just asking a little more clarity before I made a motion.
Okay, thank you. With that, Kyle, I'll go to you, and we'll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just adding on to Member Boyce's comments, which is that I think it's also important to consider that we can have these proximity factors in place and try to nudge people in the direction of mitigating in the area in which the disturbance occurs. But when that disturbance is actually ready to occur, a debit project is essentially limited to the options that they have available, the credits that are on the table. So they may want to, or even desire to mitigate entirely within that same area. But if those credits aren't available, then they're going to do what they need to do to develop their project. So, so I think this is probably a longer way of saying that I'm generally supportive of the direction that that Steve and Jacob outlined. That let's just go ahead and keep things as they are for right now, and they are having somewhat of an impact in generating the behavior that we're looking for.
Skylar, you had a comment?
Skylar Monahan, Nevada Department of Agriculture set representative, for the record. I was just going to say I do agree with Mr. Boyce and Mr. Davis. As far as there's a little bit more nuance, I think, than we could show with stats. I think there's a lot of times where the debit project is first looking inside of their proximity factor and then kind of moving out. There's definitely cases where they feel it's more worth it to just go where the maybe the cost is a little bit lower. But I do think that there is that kind of nuance there where they are looking first a lot of times in their area, and then as Member Davis pointed out, maybe they can't fulfill their debit obligation at that point in that area, so then they move out, or maybe the price is too high, so then they're almost forced to move out. So I'm just giving more discussion to that.
Thanks for that. Questions, comments, follow-up?
So, Mr. Chair, are you now ready for my motion?
Absolutely.
And that would be that we do increase these incentives if we find that the coming availability of public land credits does not correct the problem that we have with a geographic mismatch between debits and credits. But since that's a future item, I will withdraw the motion and made it simply to let everybody know that I think this is a problem that we have, that mismatch between debits and credits geographically, that I think we should strive to fix. Incentivizing this with our credit system would be one way to cause more credit production in those areas that are underrepresented by credits. It's probably not going to affect the creation of debits very much, but it might incentivize people to try and improve habitat in parts of the state where we have far less private land and far more public land, and where creation of credits is therefore somewhat harder, but maybe it's going to incentivize creation of credits by the actual debtor by causing them to do that through their NEPA process, by creating credits locally, by doing conservation locally in association with the NEPA that creates the debits. Sorry that was long and convoluted, but since I withdrew it, we don't have to act on it. But thank you for letting me make my statement.
Thank you, Sherm, for withdrawing it, and that's a good statement, and I think it's good. That'd have been a long motion to restate, but I do think you're maybe onto something we can look at in the future. Does anybody think we need to do anything on this now, based on what's on the agenda? Bevan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bevan Lister for the record. So I guess my question is, what was the staff's request? Maybe I missed that somewhere.
I think it came from a request from one of our board members regarding the proximity factor is why this was brought on the agenda.
Yeah, that's correct. Casey Adkins for the record. Yeah, we don't have any recommendations for today. This was just a discussion that wanted to be had by the council, so we just wanted to bring all of these metrics to you today to see if you wanted to make any changes.
Mr. Boyce says it was you, Bevan, that put this on the agenda, so. Are we okay with not doing anything on this today, but maybe look into what Sherm had brought up about the WAFA zones are the factors. Okay, everybody okay with that? Seeing nodding and, okay. All right, with that, we won't take any action on that today. Any other comments or questions under this? Thank you very much, Casey. All right, next up, this is continuation of discussion and consideration of reserve account use. We dug into this pretty deeply our last meeting. The opportunity was given to maybe provide us more information for moving forward and discussing the various options for the reserve account potential deficit. Skylar, you're here to show us the way.
All right, Skylar Monahan, Nevada Department of Agriculture representative for the Sagebrush Ecosystem Technical Team, for the record. Today we'll just be continuing the consideration of reserve account use. Last time we had begun this discussion, fleshed it out quite a bit. There was a lot of pros and cons, I think, on each side. So this is just today for further discussion. So the reserve account, again, what is it? The CCS creates a reserve account of credits and requires credit projects to provide financial assurances so that the administrator can ensure the CCS generates net benefit. The reserve account is not a financial assurance method to hold a credit project proponent financially responsible in the event of project failure. The reserve account serves as an insurance mechanism for the overall CCS. Each credit transaction contributes a percentage of credits generated based on the probability of the credits being invalidated. How is it used? The administrator manages the reserve account and uses credits in the reserve account to temporarily cover credits invalidated due to intentional or unintentional reversals. In this case, we will be talking about force majeure, wildfire impact invalidating credits on private land. Credits used will be from contributions made by credit projects on private lands. Reserve account credits withdrawn to cover invalidated credits are intended to revert back to the reserve account when possible, when the invalidated credits have been replaced, either using financial assurances associated with the invalidated credits or natural site recovery occurs. So that's just a little overall of the invalidation replacement process right there. Again, the current reserve account currently holds 1,615 credits. The total reserve account credits generated by all projects currently is 8,504. Based on the fires this year, it is estimated that almost 8,500 credits were affected throughout the 3 fires that were discussed last time. And that would be the Cottonwood, the Jakes, and the Bartlett Peak fire. Reserve account solutions, so added kind of an A, B, and C to option 1 there. The reserve account contribution released upon signature of the management plan. Reserve account contribution released after the sale of 1 credit from each ranch. And then reserve account contribution released after the first sale in a specific map unit. For option 2, the set will use grants or state seed funding for public lands credit projects to generate and contribute reserve account credits. We kind of felt it would be best to merge the grants and seed funding for this specific issue. And then for option 3, combine reserve account for public and private land credit projects. And then option 4, dissolve the reserve account. For option 3, I did want to point you all to the actual slide in there, and somehow I got confused with my last presentation, and so we're gonna discount that option 3 on this slide, but we will come back to it on this one so that we have it in front of us while we discuss. So for option 1A, this option would allocate all credits to the reserve account upon signature of the management plan. Some pros for this would release reserve account contributions to cover the recent wildfires in a more timely manner. Essentially, with this in place, we would have all the credits that we would need to cover that. The back-end management of reserve account credits would be simplified for the staff. Would not affect the credit projects, as this is really a back-end accounting move here. And then it could be seen as unfair to ranches that have already sold credits, and then it can also be seen as unfair to ranches that have not sold credits yet. So there's kind of those two conflicting, and unfair to the ranches that have already sold credit should be under the cons. And then it would require an amendment to the state plan. I think that would also kind of give us an opportunity to open up the Greater Sage Grouse Conservation Plan and take a look and see if there's anything that may be outdated or needs to be changed. And the ranch has the option to unenroll if no credits have been sold after a period of 4 years. So in that case, their reserve account would already be contributed, and there's no way to actually manage for those credits on the landscape. So that would be a drawback. For option 1B, and stop me at any time if you need to. For option 1B, this option would allocate all credits to the reserve account after the sale of one credit for each ranch. This would again release reserve account contributions to cover recent wildfires. I think we would still be a couple hundred short if this was the case, as not all ranches have sold yet. Back-end management, again, would be simplified for the staff. This would not affect the credit proponents, as it would be back-end accounting again. Cons, the ranches could still potentially back out of map units that haven't sold yet. Credit projects that have not made any sales can still use the reserve account for as many credits as would be required to offset for the loss of credits. And then they could also at some point back out. Option 1C, this option would allocate the reserve credits tied to the map unit to the reserve account upon the first sale on that map unit. So essentially what that means, and this was actually a suggestion by Magnolia, who oversees a few credit projects that we have in the system right now, is that we, based on how management is tied to each map unit for each sale, we would take that map unit, have a proportion of reserve account credits in that map unit, and once that sale goes, then you release all the reserve account for that map unit since it is already locked up for that 30 years. It's kind of a way to bridge that gap between just fully going for it at the signature of the management plan and then fully going for it upon one sale of the entire ranch. So it kind of bridges that gap a little bit there. Pros would release reserve account contributions to cover recent wildfires in a timelier manner again, and then wouldn't affect the credit project proponent. And then at cons, back-end management would be a little bit more complicated for the set than 1A and 1B. We would definitely have to go back and figure out for each project what the reserve account would look like for those map units, and then go and release those. All doable. And there would not be a large release. It may not cover the deficit for a few years, but I think we would still be kind of heading in the right direction there.
Skyler, can I interrupt you on that?
Yeah, of course.
I'm sorry, I know that's a new one.
Yeah.
Sorry, tying it to the map units would be beneficial in what way? It just opens up more within that map unit, and what's the rationale for doing that? Because it's reserve account's not tied. If an incident occurs, it's not tied to map units, correct?
Yes. Currently, it is just tied to the overall credits that they have in the system, and it's just a percentage of those sales. And so, let's say that the first sale in a map unit is one credit. That's not going to be enough in 99% of cases to actually be able to trigger any reserve account for that map unit. And this was suggested to us because the way that we do manage the map units is each sale, it locks down that map unit. And that's acres conserved for 30 years. So if you're going to make a sale out of map unit 1 and it's one credit, that's in the program for 30 years. You've locked that in, even if it's 1,000 credits in that map unit. So by tying the reserve account to those sales in a map unit, then you have that portion of the land locked away, and you also have those reserve account credits locked away, so that it just ensures that there's going to be more credits in that reserve account per sale.
But when you're referring to a map unit, maybe I need a definition
Yes,
on
sorry.
that, if you don't mind.
So through the program, we have multiple map units for every project. You have upland map units, you have meadow map units, and they're separated by a whole myriad of different factors. You have ecological site descriptions, vegetation on that certain area, again, upland and meadow map units. And so I think really about the average is like 10 to 20 map units a project. And so it's just kind of a way to parcel out the reserve account a little bit better.
Kathleen?
Brief description: a map unit is like a contiguous tract of land. There's several map units within a project that are divided up by, like what Skylar said, whether they have different vegetation, so their potential, their management potential, their recovery potential, their risk potential are all different, and we look at those. So anytime there's a difference in map unit, it's divided by vegetation or use or fence line. So we have a bunch of different sections.
Thank you for that. That clarifies a lot. Steve?
Yeah, Skylar, have you done the math on if we were to go that direction, how many reserve credits would actually be available today?
I have not done the math on that. I could do that and potentially send it out to everybody, but I have not done that math yet. That would be...
I'm guessing we would be short.
Yes.
Kathleen Steele, for the record, it would be slightly more than what we have currently, but it would be very short to what we need.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry for the interruption.
Oh, no problem. I was just going to try to split this up this time into the 4 different options and motions on each. So if there's any more discussion or potential action items, and this isn't a make or break for the program here. So I think it may be important to have an action on this, but it's not like something that is going to extremely affect us if there's not a decision made.
Okay, thank you. I am trying to figure out the best way to approach this. We basically have 3 different options or four different options.
Yes, for this first one, we will have option 1A, 1B, and 1C.
Okay, so do we want to just go through it? You guys want to hear the rest of the options and discuss it as a whole? I'm kind of trying to figure out the best way to bite at this apple. Do you want to hear about the other options before we go through these?
There's one option we've never discussed, and I'm not promoting it, but dissolving the completely. I mean, is that even a viable option?
That's what I wanted to get to
Okay.
later, but it is also that is also an option that is very, very unpopular, and the credit proponents do not want to see that.
I think for our help, if you went through all the way 1 through 4, and then we'll go back
Okay.
and start again, if that's all right, so
Yeah,
we can get our
course.
brains on track. Thank you.
Okay, so option 2, this option would allow the set to use grants and seed funding for public lands credit projects to generate and contribute to the reserve account. Pros: the reserve account would be bolstered by each project that the set completes. The set would create a net gain for greater sage grouse habitat. Long-term benefit of increased reserve account. The cons to this is that public lands projects completed by set would still use the shared reserve account if affected, which would take away from our credit project proponents on private lands. And then the long-term benefit, but not a solution to the current deficit. For option 3, come back to here, we'll combine the reserve account for public and private land credit projects. This is a bit similar for the pros and cons. the reserve account would be bolstered by each of those public land credit projects that are created by the debit project proponents. There would be a net gain for greater sage grouse habitat again, and then a long-term benefit increased reserve account. For the cons, again, public lands projects completed by debit project proponents would still use the shared reserve account, potentially taking away from our private land credit projects, and could be a long-term benefit but not a solution to the current deficit. Option 4 would be to dissolve the reserve account. I heard from basically every proponent that got back to me that that would not be something that would be beneficial to the credit project proponents. It would increase the credits to the proponents, and it would slow the time it takes for debits to outgain credits in the system. However, the cons greatly outweigh the pros here. Credit proponents bear the burden for post-fire rehabilitation under this. Proponents may end up paying large sums in the long run if there is a fire in the credit project area. No insurance for credit projects would require amendments to management plans that have already been signed and many releases of new credits. So I do think this one is something that we should take off the table, but I just wanted to put it in just to see what I would get back.
Kyle.
I'd never thought about this before, but when you say no insurance for credit projects, is there any type of a product in the private insurance market that would insure something like this? Like, could a credit proponent buy insurance for their project, and then if a wildfire were to burn through it, then they would essentially get funding to rehabilitate that?
Skylar Monahan for the record. I have no idea. I could figure that out. Maybe that could be a way we could go about it, but I do not have that information at this time. Thank you.
I would guess, by the way, insurance companies are running away from wildfire insurance, it's probably a no, but. Okay, with that, maybe if we want to go by elimination, if there are any that, maybe that's a.
Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry, Sherm, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sherm Swanson for the record. It seems to me that the reserve account was created as a way for us to conceptualize a mechanism to account for doing good on average, even though what we're doing is somewhat risky. And so in essence, the CCS is that insurance mechanism in some ways. I think the key question is, if somebody creates credits and then there's a force majeure wildfire that they had no influence over, but it changed the habitat in their area, almost undoubtedly in the short run it would be negative, and it's variable over the long term whether it would be negative or positive. It might take a long time for it to get to be net positive, but in some cases it might do so sooner than others, depending upon the resilience of the land and their management and the combined effect in getting the things that sage grouse value that we measure. But the question comes back to what happens in the short run after they have created the credits and been recognized as having created the credits and then participated in the marketplace maybe, but at least they've been recognized. Are we actually going to penalize them for this force majeure event? And if we decide that we are not going to penalize the credit creator, then whether we do that through the mechanism of a reserve account or by simply saying that we have a policy that we're not going to penalize them for the credits they have created, there's no difference. I think the reason why you got a lot of pushback on dissolve the reserve account is because that was perceived as the way by which they were not penalized. But we could also not penalize them by having an account that they won't be penalized. And so I'm wondering to what extent, what is the real purpose of this reserve account? And it seems to me that its real purpose is so that when the time comes and there's a data call from Fish and Wildlife Service about whether our credit system has been doing good or not, we can say, yes, we've got more credits created than debits created. And yet we're in a situation where, as Ted Cook used to explain, we have two big fire problems in this state. One is the problem of too much woody fuel because we put fires out for a century. And the other is this problem of cheatgrass, where we have a non-native invasive annual that is highly flammable. And neither of those are the fault of the current landowner, probably, where the credit project was done. Now, there are other things that we do that influence fire also, such as grazing and on-the-ground management but still, the big deal is that we're starting this whole process behind the starting line. And the other racers, if you will, are sort of ahead of us. That's a poor way to phrase it. The bottom line is that sage grouse boomed, and after the boom and they were declining, we started counting. And the reasons they're declining is partly caused by the historical boom. Kent McAdoo talked to us about that when he was in my chair. And we've got fundamental problems out there. Solving those fundamental problems may not be something we can do with our conservation credit system. What we can do is incentivize people to do things that might improve habitat, but it's a bit risky. And what we don't want them to do is not do those projects that are good, because they might then get to be on the hook for something that wasn't their fault. We could do that with policy. We could do that with a reserve account. But what we need to be clear about is what is our purpose, and that is to incentivize people to do things that might, on average, be good. So I think number 4 is actually a fine option, but I'm not necessarily lobbying for it, because we can do it with a reserve account. We just don't have to. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Sherman. Other questions or comments at this point, just on the, I think we're at the 30,000 foot level, and then we'll kind of bear down. But Steve?
Yeah, just starting out, I got to say, something that's unfair to ranches shouldn't be in the pro column. Okay, I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, I did.
Skylar Monahan, for the record. Yeah, that was why I said that one should have been moved over into the cons. Yeah, sorry about that.
Skylar, how does it, and I think we talked about this briefly, but as that, take this fire that we had this last summer, and as it does rehab, comes back into a functioning condition, how do those reserve credits come back in?
So those reserve account credits, then they revert back to the reserve account, and that would be based off of, I believe, re-verification of the map units that burned. So then we can see, did they get 60 of the 80 credits back to where they would be? Did they fully rehab the entire map unit? And then as that occurs, then those credits go back into the reserve account.
Conceptually, that's how it should work, but hasn't up to date. Just breaking new ground.
Yeah.
Kathleen Steele for the record. Yeah, this is our first wildfire, and we haven't reached the re-verification mark either. So yes, conceptually, this is how it's going to work, but we do plan on bringing you guys a re-verification framework down the road as we get closer to our first ranch and their 15-year mark.
And Sherm touched on it, but a lot of these areas are we have decadent brush, and it didn't start out with the best habitat. And when it comes back, it very well could be better than to begin with. And I guess the question is, do you feel strongly that we have to cover all 8,500 credits? I mean, in light of this discussion, at this point anyway.
Kathleen Steele for the record. The only reason that we would want to cover it all is more optics, like we mentioned last time, of we are maintaining net gain versus if we do not cover, we are in a net loss per se. So yes, it's more optics, it's more accounting, less actual necessity, I guess.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Thank you.
I had a thought, if I can jump in, we are talking about scenario of a wildfire where it's, not the responsibility, it's not the fault of the landowner or anything like that. Is there any possibility of not necessarily, if they're making the efforts to reestablish those credits, to not take those credits off the books? If there's, under the circumstances they're working to reestablish that those credits aren't gone, it's, we're all suffering from wildfires in northern Nevada, public, private, or whatever your interests are. But if people are making the effort to reestablish that, we don't maybe take those credits off the books.
Kathleen Steele for the record. Yes, so that is what the standard we're running with right now is, and what we will bring to you guys down the road when we actually have a legitimate framework. But yes, we are running under the assumption that we're going to convert relatively to the public lands framework that we presented to you, that is our part of our protocol, where if a fire happens, same thing what we do with our management plan, even if the habitat is degrading, as long as we see steps towards, like, you're doing your darndest, and it's just the environment's not good, the climate's not good, things are working against you, as long as you're doing proactive things to try to get things better, we are not going to penalize. We understand that there's a lot working against us out there, including fires and climate and all of that. And that's one of the frameworks, or that's part of the framework that we will present down the road to you guys on how to handle these 15-year re-verifications, because we do not anticipate habitat to be exactly the same every 15 years. But we want to not penalize people for trying.
So they could still maintain their credits. Correct. Even if you have, I kind of like that approach. Correct. More in terms of not, if it's, something it's not their fault, if you will. Correct. And we're all suffering from that on all phases, so that might help the reserve account a lot just by doing that.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Kyle and Bevan. Kyle, if you want to go, and then I'll go to you, Bevan.
So I think this discussion has mostly answered my questions, so I think I'm good.
Thanks, Kyle. Matt, I see your hand up. Bevan said no, we didn't.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Matt Johns for the record. Of the options that are presented, with respect to option 2, is that an option that would not have any direct impact to any of the credit projects? If the set were to pursue grants and other mechanisms for specifically to try to increase the reserve account, which I understand is a programmatic kind of reserve account, not specific to individual projects. Kind of 2 questions from that. And in that option, it was mentioned as a con that if there was wildfire or other on a project that was funded through a grant specifically for the reserve account, that there'd still be an obligation to kind of make the corrections necessary on that. Would that be a requirement, or would that just be, hey, the efforts made, the reserve account is less than what we were attempting, or would you expect that to be a retirement of, a specific grant on it? And then the second matter is really kind of staffing capability. Does it pose a challenge if there is grant projects on, the set developing on public lands? Would that be a strain on the set's perspective just to implement?
Skylar Monahan for the record. Thank you for the question. I will try to answer that as best as possible. So for the public lands projects completed by the set, still using that shared reserve account, it wouldn't technically affect the credit side. It would affect in the way that there would be potentially, a different amount of credits being taken out of that account. But at the same time, there's also those credits would be going into that account from the public land. So that's a little bit of a nuanced answer where it seemingly affects, but it doesn't technically affect. And then it kind of just goes along the same lines of even with other credit projects where, technically it could be seen as in effect that one credit project would take 8,000 of the credits from the reserve account, and it would deplete the account because then that would be taking from technically other projects. So that one is a little bit difficult, and I think that because we don't have public lands projects right now so far being completed by us, it's really hard to foresee the long-term effects on the landscape, especially if there would be a fire. But I think there would be definitely the public lands projects have to be a little bit larger to get more credits. So I do think there would be kind of that effect of if if there was a fire that affected 8,000 credits on public land, then you're draining the private land reserve account for that.
That's kind of, Skylar, kind of like what I was just pondering is, would it drain the private land project, or would the reserve account, which I kind of interpret as a insurance for the overall program, just have fewer credits in the reserve account as an impact?
Kathleen, you have something for?
Yeah, Kathleen Steele for the record. So as it stands right now, with there's no option of merging the two, with that not being an option at this given moment of merging the private and public. If we would apply for grants or use our own money to generate reserve account credits on public lands, it would act like a standard credit project. We would, specifically a public lands credit project, we would take the credits generated off that public lands, we would take out the reserve account for that specific project, move that into the public lands reserve account, and whatever credits are left over, that would move into the private land reserve account. A little bit complicated, but it's more accounting, bookkeeping. If something should happen to that public land, we would withdraw from that public land account that is still separate from the private land account. To cover those reserve account credits. It would be very complicated, but we think we could do it. Regarding staffing, that is the direction that I would like to push the program anyway, we've always talked about branching out either outside of the CCS or within the CCS, either generating credits and retiring them for permanent net conservation gain, or just putting good restoration on the ground. It's something we've been pushing the program to head towards anyway. Yes, it would increase our staff workload, potentially give us a little bit of foothold to ask for staff later, even though we've asked for staff. we would like more staff in general. But yes, it would increase our workload, but it is the direction that we would like to head regardless of whether it would be under this or something else. That is our goal.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Daphne, I think I missed you. Who were you?
I'm just trying to wrap my brain around.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
Sherm, I see your hands up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the creation of credits from grants or from public land projects financed by public lands should not ever influence the market. We want to adhere to the principle of additionality. We do not want to have the public money and the private money confused. We want to have it continue to be a situation where this is really about getting private entities, either landowners or debitors or somebody that is outside of government, to do whatever they can to enhance sage grouse habitat or to avoid, minimize, and mitigate. In addition to that, we also want to do things to conserve sage grouse habitat, and we have important conversations here and because of here that help us get good things to happen on the ground through public monies. And that is important work. It just shouldn't be confused with a credit system.
Bevan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bevan Lister for the record, and Sherm, that's where my thoughts were going. I get the point of not confusing the public and private dollars and the contributions there, but it's absolutely critical that we account for all of the good work that has been done and will continue to be done on public lands, whether it's through the SET, whether it's through BLM projects, through its conservation district projects, whatever projects. Somehow those need to be accounted for, whether it's under the reserve account or whatever mechanism, or call them a separate thing or whatever. But that's our insurance policy. That's the thing that's, no matter what happens in these credit and debit projects, or in these credit projects, a lot of work is being done, and if it's accounted for, there's no risk that we're going to have a net loss of conservation. But for the most part, at least in my understanding, we're not accounting. I mean, there's been tens of thousands of acres in eastern Nevada that's been, projects have been done on clear back into 2005. But I don't know that that's accounted anywhere. And in my mind, a reserve, this is all, there's the program, there's the conservation credit system, but what's the reality? What's our real purpose? Purpose is benefit sagegrass, right? And I get the idea that we have to account so that we can show when the data call, Sherm mentioned, when the data call comes and we can show what we're doing. But I think we're missing a piece of what we've been doing to show we can't base everything on that conservation credit system. The reserve account, I guess I'm not seeing the problem that we need to address. Maybe because this is a little thick between the ears, I don't know. But I get the idea that we've had some fires and it's going to deplete the reserve account. That's okay. It'll come back. That's just an accounting mechanism. I'm still not sure that I understand the problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Kathleen?
Kathleen Steele for the record. Thank you, Member Lister. The concern that we have with trying, and we've looked into it before, trying to account for other conservation actions across the landscape that are not directly tied to the CCS, is we have no before and after data. We have no way to quantify the benefit. And on top of that, if we took into account all the good across Nevada, we also need to take into account everything negative as well that's not tied to the CCS, including all the fires and all their footprints. And again, we don't have the before and after data to quantify that, just to balance the books of like, yes, there's a lot of gain, but there's also a lot of loss that's not quantified in the CCS too, to even show the balance. And we can't put that in our books. What we can put in our books is what we've specifically quantified. And you are right that this is just more optics. This is accounting in our back pocket, but it's accounting that the SEC has directed us to keep track of. And so we're trying to make sure the books are balanced for our reporting to you guys and to the governor. And we're trying to figure out how to ensure that the the credits that are in this reserve account that are given to us to take care of are used in the most appropriate ways. So that's why we're bringing this. You're correct that this doesn't really change much especially on the credit side end, but we're trying to do our due diligence to you guys and to the governor.
Steve?
Yeah, Bevan, thank you. You brought up some very good points. Kathleen and maybe the BLM, it was brought up last meeting, thrown out, that there's a potential to create some of these reserve account credits on public land adjacent to private land projects. And I got the feeling, Alan, that from John that day, that there might be a possibility that the BLM would be interested in looking into that if they were not for sale. And just in my mind, where I'm going is there is benefit. There's an indirect positive benefit from these projects on the BLM. Now, granted, quantifying it might be a challenge. But to me, it makes a lot of sense. Kind of goes along with where Bevan's going. And it is associated with the CCS. So, I mean, to me, it's worth looking into at the very least. I mean, Alan, did you and Alan or John talk about it at all?
Alan Shepard for the BLM. We've talked about it in different avenues of how we would work with our private landhold owner proposal, because I think that's what it would be. It would be a project proposal in a sense of rancher wants to do X, but would like to extend it out into the public land adjacent to their similar habitat, similar necessity of improving the habitat. I think where John is looking at it, and others would be is how we would do it, how we would tie everything together. You know, I think in some ways it would be similar to how we work together on a fire. You know, when it burns from BLM onto private or private onto BLM. In working on restoration of that fire. So I think anything's possible to be offered, you know, and discussed to see, you know, okay, it's going to cover this area and how we split the cost, how we work together on development of the cost, you know, the mechanism for doing the project, the how it's going to be seeded, rehabbed, whatever it would have to be. So I think we're open to it. You know, and it's going to come down to just that mechanism of discussion and coordination and how we take it from ideas to implementation and what all the steps involved.
I hadn't really thought about the fire and that angle of approach, but you're right on. And in my mind, a lot of these areas where there are projects and benefits, picture a isolated 40 with a spring on it in a 5,000 acre pasture. And if you go in there and protect that spring and improve the habitat, I mean, it's pretty obvious what's going on. A very large area is being for that bird and that critical habitat. That's where my concept is, that we are impacting areas outside of the private in a positive way indirectly. And so I think it's worth pursuing, for sure.
Skylar?
Skylar Monahan for the record. And just a question for you, Steve. Are you saying then those credits could go to the reserve account? Is that
and nowhere else?
Yeah.
Exactly. And I think that's what John was, the last discussion that, you know, obviously we've had that discussion that we're not going to sell credits on public land. But to me, this is kind of a win-win for everybody and a potential for a lot of credits.
Would there be an appetite to try to work with the BLM in some way and maybe Fish and Wildlife Service or the science group and try to see if there's anything that can be created or policy or anything moving forward with that kind of discussion there and that thought process?
I think that'd be a great idea.
Alan Shepard for the record. Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately it's going to come down to what's allowable in a land use plan for wherever the project's proposed, and looking at it that way. I think in the grounds of public land restoration and partnerships, I think BLM, and I know John is very open to working and figuring out how we can benefit the public lands as well as, benefit the bird and its habitat, particularly in this case. So I think it's just going to be just sitting down as a group and, maybe it takes a proposal from somebody to come in and we just sit down and talk about it, and figure out how the mechanism would work, involving, our wildlife staffs, our bird staff, our fire fuels and fire crews, and how that can be done. And then look at the I guess the logistics and the mechanism of proposing something like that.
Thank you.
Willie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Willie Molini. Does the set have a preferred option?
Skylar Monahan for the record. I do think that 1C would be something that would be preferred out of all of these options. I think it's something that would be the most attainable for us, and it would, kind of based on the words of a couple of the proponents, it would make the most sense as far as the management of the program goes. But again, it's kind of like Bevan was saying, it's almost an invisible problem with an invisible solution here. So I don't have too much of a dog in this fight, but I would say that to me prefer to be 1C.
Bevan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bevan Lister for the record. So that's been one of the questions running through my mind through the whole discussion. Are these options singular? Are they interrelated? Can we do all or none, or I guess that's why I think we're looking for recommendations, is what makes the most sense? I like option 2. I think I especially on that idea where the reserve account is not for sale, right? The credit producer produces it and it just sits on the books, right?
Correct.
So if credits are produced by public money on public land and they go into the reserve account, they're not for sale, they're just booked, right?
Correct.
So we're not messing with BLM rules or any of that kind of stuff, or the funding mixing deal. So back to the question. Are they singular, the 5, 6, 7 options that we got here, or how are they interrelated?
Kathleen, sorry.
Kathleen Steele for the record. To make it easy, pick 1A, B, C. 2 stands alone, either yes or no. 3 stands alone, either yes or no. 4 gets rid of all the other options.
Steve?
Yeah, something that hasn't been discussed that I can remember. What about voluntary? When you sign up, I don't care, the whole reserve account can go in, the credits can go in, not mandatory, but I'm sure I'm curious how many would go in immediately when somebody signs up.
Kathleen Steele for the record. I'm sorry.
Just voluntarily put your reserve credits active.
Compared to how it is now. Sorry, Skylar Monahan for the record.
Yes.
That's a good question. I think that there might be, proponents on both sides of that. I think there'd be a handful that say, hey, let's do it today at the signing of the management plan. There's always foreseen arguments that we don't know are going to happen, and so I think that you would have some here and there on that.
It seems to me that the more invested you are in the program and more credits a proponent might sell, the more apt they are to volunteer all they have. It just seems to make more sense to me. And that might create a fair amount of credits available for the reserve account. Something to look at, I think.
Kathleen Steele for the record. So are you saying that that their normal reserve account number, they can volunteer to enter it at any time?
After they're participating in it, and say, for example, they've only have half of their MAP units involved, well, they might be more than willing to voluntarily put all of their reserve account credits in.
Yeah, so Kathleen Steele for the record, so it'd be a combination basically of A, B, and C. And yeah, it really just depends. I think people, since they don't see it anyway, people would be very apt to just put it all in at the very beginning, since it's neither here nor there on their front. For going back to which one do we recommend, I understand that C is probably the best for credit project proponents. If you want ease, putting it in at the very beginning is easy for us. We can, once we sign that management plan, we already have to do a whole bunch of bookkeeping to throw things, to put your credits actually in. Throwing in the reserve account is just one additional step we don't have to think about later. And I think that's probably where people would go if we did it. You pick a time when this goes in. But then if they choose to withhold, what happens if they have a fire? And they're saying, no, I don't want to put the reserve accounts in. No, I don't want to put the reserve account in. And then something happens and their land is burned. Do they have the benefit of that reserve account? Or do they lose that benefit?
But if it's not in the program, does it matter? I mean, to the proponent, if the MAP unit's not even part of the program, am I looking at it right? That it's, would they see what I'm saying?
If they
would they be obligated if all their property is not in the program?
At this given moment, they are covered by the reserve account.
Even if it's not.
Even if it's not in the program.
I see what you're saying.
And that's the minute Skylar Monahan for the record, and that's the minute they sign that management plan. And so that was kind of where 1A came from is, well, if they can already use it when they sign that management plan, then let's just go ahead and release them all into there.
Jake?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Justin Barrett had his hand up for a while, and I think maybe we could hear what he has to say.
I'm sorry, I can't see that from here, so. It's not on our screen, but Justin, if you'd like to.
I took my hand down, but thank you very much. Thanks, Jake, for pointing that out. Some of my thoughts have ebbed and flowed as the conversation develops. One thing that has kind of stuck with me a couple times, it's been mentioned by Bevan, it's been mentioned by Sherm. I would just remind the council that I would hope there's bigger and more important reasons to maintain the integrity of the CCS than just what the Fish and Wildlife Service might do, or if they audit it, audit the system. I think this is a great program. We're all here. We all agree to that. We want to make sure that the habitat across Nevada has good resiliency against these threats, and that rural livelihoods and habitats can be maintained. Just a couple other thoughts is, I don't see option 4 as really a viable option right now, unless we had some assurance that any alternative would provide the continued integrity of the system. So at this point, I don't think we have the confidence that, I think there was thrown out there the possibility of privatization for insurance programs, maybe, but I don't think we want to risk that at this particular point. I was just kind of going back. I think it was maybe Bevan was asking about blending these options. To me, option 2 seems like a good option, but maybe not standalone. Like, could be supporting the system in other ways and building building upon it with one of the other ones being implemented, but maybe I'm not understanding it correctly. And I guess one other question I had is, has there been any consideration for potentially increasing? I mean, we've got a system that this is kind of the first time this system was tested, and it seems like it's falling a little bit short. Has there been any thought about increasing the allocation of a credit sale to bolster what's needed to maintain the system? Thanks.
Skyler.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to touch on the last question that you had there, Justin, and appreciate you tuning in and giving some of your thoughts here from that perspective. That was actually included, considering the reserve account was included in the last go around with this, and was very quickly taken off the table. And the proponents that I've spoken to don't want anything to do with that. So that was just kind of by consensus something that we had scrapped pretty early on. Thank you.
Other questions or comments at this time? I'm sorry, Jake, did you have something to add, or are you just pointing out Justin had?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't really have anything to add. I'm just debating myself on it too, but I mean, I'm kind of leaning to option 1A. Just because if folks get the benefit of the reserve account before they even sell credits, then maybe all their credits should be transferred to the reserve account at that time. They're getting a benefit of an insurance program already. So and I think we heard at the last meeting that some of our proponent folks that are both debitors and creditors prefer just it all to go in there all at once.
Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I generally agree with that concept. I guess my only question, for Skylar or Kathleen, is that is there a preference in terms of signature of the management plan or sale of one credit? Is there an easier place where that would go into place where all of those reserve credits would go into the account? And if we went with the sale of one credit, could we, change the program to where you can't take advantage of the reserve account until you sell a credit?
Kathleen Steele for the record. That was my point that I was going to bring up is, the easiest one for us, one concurrent with our policy, is the upon sale of signature of management plan. Since they use it, they benefit from it, might as well put everything in there. After the sale of one credit for each ranch, that was my question to you guys. Should we then allow them to use it if they've not sold anything, but a fire has gone through? One of our credit project proponents that have their ranch has burned this year is in that category. Not sold yet, however, a part of their ranch has burned. In the past, this has happened, and the proponent voluntarily removed that section of their project until it rehabbed up to what he considered final. And then the same thing with after the first sale in a specific map unit. Would only that map unit then be covered? And would the rest of the ranch not be covered should a fire happen? That's a question to you guys.
Yeah, and I guess you just kind of shed some light for me that once you sign that management plan, then you are taking proactive steps to maintain that habitat. So I guess I'd lean towards 1A.
Bevan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bevan Lister for the record. So back to the slide on 1A. Explain to me the unfair to ranches either that have sold or have not sold credits.
Skylar Monahan for the record. So that's kind of what we were getting at here right now is that, for example, if you have signed your management plan, you have the benefit of using those reserve account credits if you have a fire on your landscape, whether or not you have sold. So then there's the argument that if a ranch has done its due diligence to go out and sell those credits in a timely manner, but they don't have the fire, someone else is out of fire, then you can use those reserve account credits on the ranch that hasn't sold, but then the ranch that has sold, maybe they're not available, the credits aren't available at the time of that fire, as we're seeing right now, where there's two ranches that would deplete the reserve account that have sold, as opposed to one of them that hasn't sold being able to use those. And that kind of goes in the queue there of where, you know, when the fires were. The first fire was the ranch that hadn't sold. The second two fires were ranches that had sold. Ranch number 1 takes the priority for those reserve account credits over ranch number 2 and 3 because of the order in which it happened. So there's just, that's kind of what we're getting at there, if that makes sense.
Mr. Chair,
I'm gonna go with Kyle, then I'll go with you, Jake.
thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess this brings up then my next question, because I think what's formulating in my mind is, yeah, we do some version of this, and we also potentially create an opportunity to create more credits. But if you do end up in a situation where you have a project, they've signed their management plan, maybe they have or have not sold, and there are not enough credits to cover, a fire that happens on their land, what happens then? And I guess what I would lean towards is, if we have taken all the steps and the credit producer has done everything that they need to do in order to maintain that, as I think Sherm talked about probably an hour ago at this point, that they should not be penalized for that. But then what happens? And I guess that's still an outstanding question for me, is what happens in that situation?
Go ahead, Scott. Thanks.
I think the hard thing to kind of wrap around here is that it's still not anything is happening to them, and they're still not on the hook for that. It's just kind of when and where and how we move the books on our side. And so it's truly no direct effect to the ranch. It's just how we make sense of it in our program on the backside in our office, trying to figure out how we can move these credits, or, are we going to be waiting the next 8 years to address all the Cottonwood fire credits and slowly moving those over, and having to keep track of that accounting. Maybe it's 3 different people come through the system on the set in that time. So it's really just that kind of background, trying to make sense of it in order like that, even though it's not necessarily a linear process here.
Jake, I think I had you next. Did you taking your hand down?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. It's obvious. I kind of cringe a little bit when we talk about, this is just bookkeeping and whatever too. I think there's a good purpose for what we're doing here too, is, you can't manage what you're not measuring, and having these metrics, even if it's bookkeeping, it's still related to things that are happening on the ground. So I don't believe any of the options under option A should be done without also doing option 2. So I think, that's where I kind of caveat it that, I'd go with 1A. Actually, I could probably go with any of them, to be honest, but I kind of like the idea of 1A, as long as we're also doing those other things, those trackable things where we're building up reserve just for the net conservation gain, just for that purpose alone, plus having, additional reserve credits available for these wildfires and stuff. So I wouldn't want to do any of the option 1 items without also doing option 2. And I don't know if we've talked this, since it looks like Sherm has his hand up, but if we've talked about this enough, I'm ready to make a motion. Kick it to Sherm.
I can't stop you from making a motion while you have the floor, so if you want to do it, go ahead. Which one of 1A?
Maybe just to move along, can still have discussion on the motion. So
Absolutely.
I will move to implement option 1A and option 2.
I have a motion. And Bevan already said he'd second. Sherm, I'm going to go to you first under discussion on the motion. Sherm, did we lose you? Maybe on mute.
I have unmuted.
Okay.
It didn't, first few clicks, it didn't do it. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the motion is sound. I think the concept that goes along with that is that the reserve account can go into debt. And if we thought it couldn't, then that might cause angst. If it's primarily for measuring our net good, then maybe our net good is not positive, but our program is, because of these force majeure events. And so I think we should be very open to the idea that the reserve account might not have any credits in it, but we can still use it by going into debt if we want to think about it that way. If not, then it's back to that concept that was mentioned earlier, where the bottom line is we don't want to penalize people for things that are beyond their control. Thank you.
Thanks, Sherm. Bevan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bevan Lister for the record. And thanks, Jake, for making that motion, particularly in merging the two together. Dealing a little bit with folks that do insurance, what happens to an insurance company when they have a large event that takes all their resources?
They have reinsurance.
They have reinsurance. So in my mind, option 1A or the reserve account is our insurance. Option 2 is our reinsurance. That's our secondary reserve that we can tap into, and I think if we look at it that way, I think we're well covered. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion?
And Mr. Chair, sorry.
Hold on, I got Steve
jumped
first,
in.
and then I'll go with you, Jake.
Justin Barrett's hands up, just pointing out.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Let's go ahead with Steve.
I think I could probably support it with one condition, that we pursue this public land discussion that we talked about. Because down the road, this may not be an issue. And, last summer it wasn't a big fire year. This issue could come up in a big way down the road. Where even with what we're doing today may not cover it. So, I think we need to keep our mind open, look at all options, look down the road. It'd be my preference to sunset it and for you guys to look at it later to see if it's working or if you even need it. But because I still have a little heartburn with somebody in the program that's never sold a credit, signed a management plan, and immediately, I guess maybe with the way you're looking at it, Jake, it's just the cost of doing business. I don't know. But they're not in it. They haven't sold anything, but yet those credits, those reserve account credits are pretty much gone. Because when you're in one of these programs, you're still dealing with a number of credits allocated to your project, whether they're for sale or whether there's still a number you're working with, and you have to keep that in mind. So, with that, I would just seriously hate for you not to explore this public land angle, because I really think it's you could create enough credits that you're not going to have to worry about it anymore. And I'm not sure doing what we're talking about today would do that. But
Okay, Jake, okay, Justin, are you ready?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. Justin Barrett for the record. Regarding option 1A, I'm just curious. Skylar, I understand what you mean when you're talking about this largely being an accounting issue, but I think there could be a scenario where this turns into a little bit more of a challenge if you've got multiple projects that are cashing in, needing to cash into the reserve account, but they don't sell credits. And so there may be a point at which they can walk away without seeing any long-term management of the project. And I see that. Sure, I don't understand how operating in a deficit could occur. Maybe it would, but I just think that would be a concern if you had multiple projects that find themselves in that situation. So that would just be my concern. Thanks.
Mr. Chair.
I'm going to go Kathleen, then we'll go to Jake.
Sorry, Jake, just to comment on what Justin mentioned. So in my mind, haven't really considered it until now, but if someone were to, they sign the management plan, they put their reserve account credits in, they have a fire, our reserve account credits move over and protect them, and then they walk away, cancel their project. Those reserve account credits that are not tied to them will revert back to the reserve account for use of other people, and everything, it would be as if that credit project never existed. They would just kind of get wiped. So at the moment that they're still a credit project, yes, they would be taking reserve account credits, but as soon as they walk away, those reserve account credits would revert back into our reserve account system to be used by other people. And it would be as if they never existed. Does that help calm your fears a little bit?
Maybe you understand it in a different perspective. Yeah, I'll have to think about it some more, but thank you.
Jake, sorry.
Well, and Jake did this for the record, I think that Justin's concern would exist in every option under option 1, right? I mean, somebody could sell one credit or not sell all the credits in their other map units or whatever, or walk away. So I think that scenario exists every single one of these. And I think, this looks like we're struggling with letting good perfect get in the way of good on some of this. And I think we just, grasping for some solutions here. Again, I think by tying it any of the options under 1 with 2, we're doing that dual prong approach. It does build in some of the public land stuff, and I think helps maybe shake out some of the stuff we're trying to figure out on public lands as well, to Steve's point. So again, I'm just kind of advocating for the motion as it exists, and I think it is a good move forward to get us moving forward to then work on more important things.
So just the motion is 1A and 2, if I remember correctly. Any further discussion on that? Not seeing any. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you for the hard work, and I'm sure this will be ever evolving. Yes, there was. And Bevan.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you, Skylar Monahan, for the record.
I'm guessing everybody's reserve accounts might be getting full, so let's take a 7.5 minute bio break. All right, if we start coming back and get moving again soon, please. Okay, we ready to go back on the record? Great job on that last, I know it was a big one, but appreciate everybody's patience and we got through it. Item 9, discussion and consideration of greater sage-grouse habitat mapping changes for version 2.1 to align with the Bureau of Land Management. Possible action, Kathleen Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kathleen Steele for the record. So this is probably going to be another big one. I hope not, because I do like lunch, but it might be another big one. So hold on to your seat right there. So I introduced the idea last time that the BLM went through their ARMPA, published their final ARMPA, or their proposed changes to align with the states. And one of the issues is that their map is slightly different than ours. And so I wanted to bring forth to you, because I know that the desire is to have our map align with the BLM so that there's no confusion. There's been confusion my entire career with the state about everyone has different maps and the proponents have no idea which one to look at. The BLM has no idea which one to look at. So balls get dropped, projects get missed. So just bringing this up to see, do we have appetite to align with the state or to stay where we are? There are pros and cons of each, and I will go through that. So just to remind you, we had the a map approved back in 2024, and there were requested changes. There were some requested changes by Councilmember Tibbetts and Director Gogachia to remove impermeable structures and decrease management categories around urban areas. And then in this year, we brought to you guys more considerations about filling holes in contiguous habitat that were due to a modeling error. So the map has changed slightly from Pete Coates' original map, but those two were the standard changes as of this given moment. So current changes requested by the BLM are a smoothed out version. So they wanted to smooth out all of that variation and to remove historic leks. So it doesn't look too terribly different from afar, but as we get closer, you can see the variation. So if you look at this, the map on the left-hand side of your screen is our current map, and the right hand is the BLM map. You can see in that lower part of the CCS map that there are two red circles, PHMA circles, and on the BLM side it's only one. That is an example of removing historic leks, ones that have not been that have not had birds on them for several years, that have the potential to be leks in the future for the birds to return, and we are seeing that somewhat for birds returning to either historic or just dormant leks. But the historic ones have been removed. Other changes, you can see that the variation, especially in the OHMA area up in the north, well, pretty much the whole thing. On our side, we have a lot of variation. More on the BLM side, it's very smoothed out. Here's some more examples of the changes in variation with the smoothing, specifically the smoothing process. They're kind of hard to see, but you can see that like another historic lek was removed in that like lower center area. Other changes very similar to that, just more smoothing. And then here's another example of ours versus theirs with the smoothing out. So just information on direct acreage. All I did was take the acreage of our map and then the acreage of their map and compare it. So if we change to the BLM, there would be a loss of about 888,000 acres of OHMA, 560,000 acres of GHMA, 500,000 acres of PHMA and 4,000 acres of PHMA plus, which in our system doesn't change anything. PHMA plus, it stands as PHMA. However, it is more of a guidance for us to direct restoration in those areas or protection in those areas, because those are the best of the best. So pros and cons to switching. Pros, they align with the BLM and it's a cleaner map. Cons, they're not as reflective of actual habitat categories on the ground based on the model, and there is a standard loss of acreage. Now, there is a little bit of difference of impact to projects, specifically depending on whether they're in PHMA, GHMA, or OHMA. Debits, they do get an increase in factor, and then credits, they also get an increase if their project is located in PHMA versus GHMA and OHMA. So with variation, you have more of the potential to get a smattering of all three, or a little bit more potential to get potentially PHMA, because I know there's a lot of PHMA dots located in GHMA and OHMA, versus like the smoothing out, like completely removes that variation, stands with OHMA. If it's mostly OHMA, it'll be entirely OHMA, GHMA, and so on and so forth. So there's just, I mean, it could go both ways. It just depends on your project location. You could see an increase in PHMA in your location. You can see a decrease in PHMA, vice versa. So it really just depends on your location. Same argument as any time we've changed maps. It could hurt some people. It could help some people. And that's pretty much all I have. The maps were so large that I couldn't, we still can't figure out how to get them available for public viewing, but I did have the links for people to download that they could view the map themselves. So I hope that you got your chance to do so if you were interested in that. Otherwise, I will take questions and considerations.
I'll start. We've been working hard through the years to get our maps to be reflective of habitat conditions on the ground, and this is asking us to go backwards.
Correct.
So that's what we've been striving for.
Correct.
It's about the bird. I mean, for me personally, I understand the ease and working with relationships, and BLM's been great and all that. But if we've been working that hard to refine our maps to show what it is on the ground, and then we're taking a step back, that's just my opinion. Thanks.
Correct.
Anyone else? Oh, there's Sherm up there, and then Jake, sorry, and then Justin. Sherm, you want to go first?
I think Jake was first.
Okay, Jake, you want to go first? Thanks.
I think Sherm just pushed it to me. I think he was first, but thanks, Sherm. Jake Tibbetts for the record. So quite a few questions, but Kathleen, you put a link. So it looks like Pete Coates et al., USGS were the ones that did the refinement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So what was the impetus for them to do this smoothing?
It was requested, my understanding, by the BLM for USGS to smooth things out to be. So they do have the pixelated version in the raster, and I keep getting corrected on this. They do have the raster. The original raster is going to remain pixelated, just like ours, standard, the variation. They were asked to, in the shapefile and the polygon, to smooth it out for the BLM so that they, to my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, it's easier for management on the BLM side if it weren't so variable, where things were more contiguous. If you have OHMA, you don't have pockets of PHMA in the OHMA because of their land use considerations. And so that was asked by the BLM for them to smooth it out so to make management easier.
All right. Well, and I just think, for heterogeneous rangelands, you're going to have a lot of variability in very short distance often. So
Correct.
if the modeling detects, vegetation conditions or habitat conditions, and there's differences there, those are the differences the model picked out. So I'm a bit confused on that, the reasoning why BLM chose to go that route. Maybe Alan can enlighten us on it. But I'm reading the link that you provided on the very last slide to go, and then they have the abstract of this update. They call this version 3, I think. But anyways, it says right in here, it says this is a generalized representation of the raster version, which you just mentioned. When utilizing this product, we recommend using the raster version because it provides the fine scale detail. So even though USGS did the generalization for the vector or the shape file, under the raster, they're saying continue to use that. So I think, if our purpose is to address confusion people have, this is just confusing me more of why we now have a generalized vector that then the abstract to the USGS says themselves will keep using the raster. This is just for visualization purposes, but keep using the raster because that is the model results. So I'm just not sure the reasoning for that. But one thing I do want to note, though, on the removal of the historical X, because at last meeting, Justin Small, I don't know if he's on, I think he was on earlier, but he said that they were being removed from NDOW's databases. So that's one of those things where he said he's going through the effort right now to remove all the historical X. If you listen to the meeting from last time. And so, if NDOW is going through that effort to take them off, maybe that is something that we want to look at. But what highlighted to me is these areas that the LEC buffers around the historic LEC are automatically PHMA. So by removing those historic LECs, the underlying modeling for the space use and the survivability and all those other things, when you take out that historic LEC, some of these revert down to general general, other, or no habitat. So I think it did highlight to me perhaps some issues with just a generalized LEC buffer kind of thing. But with all that being said, I think looking at the removal of the historic LECs may be worth doing because NDOW themselves on record saying they're removing those from the database, but these other changes, the modeling is the modeling, and I just don't see, maybe somebody can enlighten me on why. I just don't understand why we need to do this.
Sure.
I don't know if BLM can address the reasons why, Mr. Chair. I
Thank you,
haven't
Mr.
heard why yet.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's go with Sherman then.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sherm Swanson for the record. The question I have is about the on-the-ground observability of the difference between the two maps. So Kathleen, in prior agenda items today, we've addressed the term map units for creation of credits or debits. And in the creation of map units, I can imagine a case where the more finely detailed, the pixelated map might not be or may be a reason to cause a difference in the boundaries of a map unit. What has been your experience with that pixelated map and creating map units? Are you seeing things in that pixelated version shown by the pixels that are real on the ground?
Kathleen Steele for the record. For the creation of our map units, they generally go by ecosite variation. Sometimes that does fall in line with the habitat boundaries. Sometimes it does not. How our HQT is framed is that it doesn't matter if you create those management category. If you create the map units aligning with the management categories, it'll still calculate out the percentage proportion of what is PHMA, OHMA, or GHMA within a map unit so that it can factor out those or account for those factors accurately. So it's it's not an issue if for the variability. Like I said, sometimes those eco sites align with it, sometimes they don't. Especially if you have a lek area, which is usually more bare or low sage area surrounded by higher sage area or just shrubby area, that might get pulled out as its own map unit. So sometimes they align if there is high variability, sometimes it's not. So it really just depends. We haven't really seen any change or any alignment or any creating more map units due to this variability.
So I can imagine things on the ground being very real and yet very small. For instance, a small lentic seep spring may be far less than one of those pixels, but it may be bright enough in its change to get a pixel identified because of it. And it may well be right at the heart of landscape scale biodiversity, these small units of late brood-rearing habitat scattered across the landscape. And so in that case, I would think the finer detail would be of great utility for our purposes.
I would agree.
Thank you.
Justin?
Thank you. Justin Barrett for the record. I'm on the same page as Sherm and Jake on this, and also the chairman. I think that there's different purposes for having different maps. You can have a management map and you can have a habitat suitability map. But your habitat suitability, you don't want to use the lesser detailed map for the purposes and intent that you had for the habitat suitability map. You don't want to water down a map just for the sake of convenience. And so I would advocate, either the BLM adopt the state map or separate maps are maintained for the purposes that they're intended. As far as the removal of historic leks, that seems to make sense, but I was curious if there's a mechanism identified for adding in new leks when new leks are found or they come back online. Thank you.
Go ahead, Kathleen. Thanks.
So, yes, there's a mechanism in place. We work with NDOW. They have and Sarah's not here. She would know this a little bit more than I do. They have a mechanism in place of its presence of so many birds for so many years brings a lek back, or gets under review to bring a lek back on. So that is a mechanism in place. To throw a little bit of kink into things, when the BLM was aligning with, or trying to align with the state on their ARMPA, they met with Director Settlemeyer, Deputy Director Echegoyen, Director Gogachia, and Director Janae, I believe that was it, to discuss the alignments. And this map, my understanding was this was agreed upon by all parties. So that is kind of why we brought this forward, is because it was agreed upon by the directors to move forward with the smoothed map. That was their final decision, so that's why this is brought forward to you, is like, which map should we go with?
Is there a difference in the purposes for which they would move forward with the smooth map versus retaining the database of the old map?
Kathleen Steele for the record. My understanding is they moved forward with the smooth map because that was the one BLM was really pushing for because of their management considerations. And just for ease of alignment, the state went with that, but I'm not 100% sure on any other reasoning behind it.
So back to what Jake said, is there a difference within the BLM in which map they would use for which purpose?
Alan, would you like to address that? Like the kid in the back of class is hoping he doesn't get called on.
Alan Shepard, BLM for the record. A lot went into this. I can tell you that. There was a lot of discussions on paths forward, what we can do, what we can't do. Our intent was we worked with USGS to add the best available science, all the requests from both the SET and NDOW on making adjustments to maps. We looked into all that. We worked with USGS. They created the more pixelated map, the raster map, and then also the smooth map based on the recommendations. They removed the historic Lex as NDOW requested, all that fun stuff we've heard. We were getting ready at that point to move forward and publish the draft plan at that point, and we needed to get a map in our document. And we had a discussion, as Kathleen mentioned, we had a discussion with the 3 directors at the state level and the state director. They agreed that this was the smooth map that we were looking at, that was a more general version, was at that point the best option to move it into the document and move forward. But still, that raster map, pixelated map, is in existence and could be used to, answer some fine-tuned questions at some later date. I think the fact that, our habitats are changing constantly, there's new information constantly. It doesn't mean that this map is dead in the water, finalized or whatever, can't be adjusted. I think what we need to do is get our plan out, and I can talk about that later. Get on the same page, as Kathleen just mentioned. I've been in this program or this position for 5 years. We've had 4 or 5 different maps, and we've argued over whose map is right. We had the 4 directors agree that this is the one we're going to go forward with, and that was the consensus that we told USGS we wanted a final copy of. That's what we supplied to the national map system. So it's kind of where we're sitting. Unfortunately, I don't think we can satisfy everybody. We're not going to be able to do that at this point, but that doesn't mean we can't look into the future of making adjustments as science and information changes. Alexa starts getting used again. We do an update at some point, and see how things can be adjusted then. But that was very much the context of the meeting that we went, that we held with the directors. I think at this point, by staying together, we're all working with the same document again. So if a proponent comes to the set in the future, they're looking at the same map as NDOW's looking at the same map as BLM's looking at the map, and hopefully end some of the confusion, at least for a while, until we need to do an update. By no means are we saying this is the last change that will ever occur to this map, because we all know that it's going to change. So we with the adjustments, there is areas that were lost, but a lot of that's fringe area. I think the main habitat is in most situations is still covered, still documented, and identified. So I think I personally think we're in a good position if we can go forward with the same map, so everybody's speaking on the same page of music, and we can go forward. So.
Thanks, Alan. I got Jake next, and then I'll go Bevan and Willie.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Jake Tibbetts for the record. I think at this point, No, I'd like to see us hold off taking any action until the BLM finalizes their plans and where the final map that's published, and they say that's the one they're going to use. And then at that time, I think this would be a good conversation to have, rather than us, again, taking action today and something else happens. Just feel that let BLM finalize their land use plans and publish the actual exact map that they're going to use, and then we cycle back to this and have that more in-depth conversation. And I'd also, if we chose to do that, would request folks from USGS attend that meeting so we can kind of talk through some of the science behind these changes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bevan Lister for the record, and I agree with Jake on that. But emphasize, at least from my perspective, that the maps are always for reference only. Actual management happens by after on the ground inspection. So yeah, the models are the models. And then I'll reiterate what I've said before. I still have struggles with the LEC-centric precept of habitat. I think there's a lot to be said for sage-grouse habitat that's not dictated by LEC position.
Willie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Willie Malini. I agreed with the opening comments of the chairman about the efforts we've made in the past and now moving back. On the other hand, when I hear that 4 directors all agreed to this, I'm a little reluctant to throw that out the window. But in the bottom line, I don't often agree with Bevan, but I do in this case. It's ground truthing that counts, right? So what are the implications if we go with one map or the other relative to what actually happens on the ground?
So Kathleen Steele for the record. It's mostly just these factors as shown on the screen that are the implications. They are relatively minor because we do ground verify everything. So these minor factors would get multiplied by the quality out there. So if you have really good PHMA, you get that full 0.2. If you don't have a very good PHMA, that decreases down to really not much or anything. Same thing with OHMA and GHMA, increase, decrease depending on the ground factors. So this is really just the difference in map, but also there's potentially differences, like Alan said, it's on a lot of the changes are on the fringes. You either have a project that in our map needs to be mitigated for, but on the BLM map is not mitigated for because it just happens to fall outside of that fringe. So there's slight changes there on whether, so we kind of are losing habitat, shrinking a little bit. And so there's that potential. The reason why we're bringing this up right now is that this is our last meeting to lock in a version change or any kind of changes for the next version. So if a map isn't decided on or isn't new, we go with the current map that we have and we don't change anything for another year because we try not to do any major changes for our verifier's sake. We try not to do any major changes once a version has been locked in, and we release a new version in January. So this is why we bring things to you guys at the end of the year that we've researched and we tried to improve the program. This is one of them, is just what map do we want to use for the next year. It doesn't affect us one way or another whether we change the map or not, except for certain, what I mentioned before, the factors and the location of projects.
I'll go with Kyle and then Heidi Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I guess short version is I do agree with Jake that this is not necessarily ripe right now, but I do have a question on how this, on implementation of this. If we are taking maps that we have been working off of and we align them more closely with what BLM has been doing, how does that affect Forest Service and private lands? Is there any effect, or how do you merge those two? Or three?
Kathleen Steele, for the record, it would be the same as you would be doing on BLM land. If the map is changed overall, then there are implications to Forest Service and private land on where they fall. So the private lands might not have that variation. If we go with the BLM map, it'll be smoothed out, so they could either gain, it could be smoothed out in the benefit of PHMA, or it could be smoothed out against PHMA. It really just depends on where they fall. But the changes, the smoothing out, is consistent across the whole state.
Ms. Ramsey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Heidi Ramsey for the record. Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to mention, I do agree with Jake, too, that it would be good to get more information. And Kathleen, you mentioned that over the years that this has caused problems for BLM and for this committee. And so I guess that's part of maybe the information gathering is what are those types of problems that you have run into over the years? And then in making a change like this, like what would the benefits be? How would changing the maps to match BLM alleviate some of those problems? So I think, again, just getting more information to make that informed decision would be good for me anyway. So thank you.
Sure, Kathleen Steele for the record. So on the more policy side, more the administrative side, we have had issues in the past where when our maps do not align with the BLM staff get confused on which one they need to use in order to determine whether a project falls in habitat and has to mitigate through us, which means that sometimes they let us know, sometimes they don't, because their map says that that project is not in or near habitat versus our maps are different and they say they do. We had a bit of an issue recently where the BLM for some reason thought that we didn't have to do anything in OHMA. We corrected that quite quickly, and we do plan on doing another informational learning tour in the near future, budget depending, where we go out and reteach the BLM and the Forest Service staff, since there's been so much turnover on our mitigation protocols. But there are instances where if the maps don't align, that happens. There's not like sometimes the proponents come to us and they say, oh, well, your map shows that we're in PHMA, but the BLM's map shows that we're in OHMA or GHMA. That's not fair. You should use their map. And then we have to argue about which one and why we use one over another, and those kind of things. So it's more of just like a policy bookkeeping side, making sure we catch all the projects that are out there. We work closely with the BLM staff to ensure that those maps, the correct map is used. That's just mostly been the confusion. On the sage grouse side, what Chris said is true. Is I'm in the same boat. I just don't like losing habitat. I don't like constricting, and I feel like every single time we go through a map update, we're just going to get smaller and smaller. So I'm concerned about that. And then also I don't want to lose the variation that we finally, after years of working towards, we finally got. And we've been asking for. So I agree with that on the sage grouse side, but I do understand that it's maybe concerning or difficult for management, maybe just not only on BLM side, but maybe our landowners side as well, to have like a little pocket of PHMA around GHMA and so on and so forth. That little variation might be a little confusing. And hard to understand why this area is getting so many credits versus this area is not. There's pros and cons on both sides. It is, I will say, on an administrative side, our pixelated maps take like 5 minutes to load versus the smooth map takes about 10 seconds. So I will say that things are run a little bit faster with the smooth map than the pixelated one. But yeah, but pros and cons on all sides.
Maybe with all the data centers coming in, you can get better service. Alan?
Alan Shepard for the record. Thanks for that, Kathleen. I think you made some good points, but I think a couple of the things I wanted to make sure, there was a period of time I think the agencies involved here in the state were using 3 different maps. So it was confusion completely across the board of what the heck are we following, who are we looking at. We've worked it and made some adjustments on our side by doing planned maintenances and things like that to get from the 15 map that we had worked with that we've been following forever into 22 version, and everybody kind of agreed to that map. And then with the new science and new data and things, we got to where we're at now with the map that we're proposing at this point in time. So I think that's the key thing is one, I think it's going to eliminate initially a bunch of confusion. We're all speaking to the same piece of paper and looking at things, because I can tell you, just like Kathleen said, we got BLM staff that are brand new, that are going, what am I supposed to use when I talk to a proponent coming in, and being able to say, know where you're at, doesn't fall in. You don't need to go talk to the set, or yeah, you have to go talk to the set. We're always telling our proponents, you still have to deal with, talk to the set and verify some things, but of their involvement. But I think having the same map is gonna resolve a lot of it. That said, there's still the ability, and you'll see it when the plan comes out, that we've made commitments to the governor to sit down and work out an MOU of how we're going to look at areas, regardless, on that fringe, on the interior. If a proponent comes in and says, I want to build X here, and it says it's this, and NDOW says, well, I'm not sure about that. SET says something different. We're going to have a protocol, a policy to go and look at that piece of ground, like some folks have said already. I think that's the key step of clearly identifying when we get to that point, when we get our plan out, get this baby implemented. This is my 3rd time I've helped write one of these things. I don't want to write another one, and things like that. So I think the main thing is we're going to have the ability to meet the governor's request from his review that we develop a policy, a process to look at any areas of concern, and have the ability, and this is something that we fought for, John and I fought for, and Tim and the staff fought for really hard with the national program of being able to change that category based on that review, both up and down. Originally, it could only go up in category. If there was a question over the habitat type, our deal is not everything's on a map. Not all the roads are on a map. Not all the disturbance on a map. If you go out there and be able to look at some of this stuff and be able to go look at it and say, well, it's right now it's on this fringe area that says it's PHMA, but you go look at it and it's just like, well, there's a gravel road going right through it, and things like that, of how do we can fix those things by site visits and come to an agreement through coordination and communication. So there's a lot of, I see there's positives of staying with the same map, working together, and then in the future as we can refine things, looking through the process of how to maybe update it at some point in time in the future. I hope we can make it a year or 2 before we have to do that. Because it's not a process that we all want to go through all the time, because it is complicated. But I think the main thing is I think if we speak to the same sheet of music, we'll all be in I think, a better place, at least initially.
Any other comments, questions, motions? Justin?
Thank you, Chairman. Justin Barrett, for the record. I'm curious, maybe Alan or Kathleen could speak to the conversation that occurred with the directors, the state directors. Was that in regards to the BLM map and what map the BLM would adopt for their land use plan, or were they also aware of the possibility that the state would then adopt that smoothed map? I wouldn't want to get in front of or assume something that they weren't thinking along the lines of.
Alan has an answer for you, I think.
Alan Shepard, for the record. Yes, when we discussed it at the BLM office with the directors, and we have a monthly meeting with the directors and talk about different things going on. It was one of our subjects. We talked about the map that we wanted to move forward to get the plan going. And like I said, at that point in time, we were anticipating publishing within a matter of weeks at that point. And we walked through it. John and I explained it, and the three directors were all in agreement that seemed to be the best option right now to get everybody in the same loop at that point in time. So.
Thanks, Alan. Justin, you answered your question. Anybody else? Questions, comments, motions? Willie?
Is it imperative that we adopt one of these maps or the other? I guess I would consider a motion to adopt the smooth map with the understanding that what the SEC and the SET do is ground truthing of what's actually there, and the understanding, and correct me, Alan, if I'm not correct, but that at some point here in the future, it'll be BLM policy where there's some disagreement for the BLM to do on-site visits.
Yeah, Alan Shepard, for the record. Yeah, the what we're planning, and once the plan, the statewide plan or the national plan and the Nevada, California ROD is signed, is at that point in time, our intent is to establish a process for consideration of through site visits of a project. If I have my say in the whole thing, is when a proponent comes into the Elko BLM office and proposes a project, that bio is going to look at the grouse map and start the process of looking into, where it's at, and then going out and look at it. They should, every one of these bios should be going to look at that proposed project and verifying, what things are saying. We all know maps are wrong, regardless of when they're printed. Every map is wrong at some point in time. Some are more precise than others, some are worse than others. We've all got lost out in the hills because we thought there was a damn road there. But going through and looking, being able to, that bio to go and say, proponent X wants to build whatever it is at that spot, yep, the map is right, in his opinion at that point. That doesn't mean the proponent can challenge it. Their consultant might tell them something totally different. That's when I think the process will kick in of getting, the state involved as well as ourselves and the proponent consultant or whoever it is, and go and look at that site and then come up with a, hopefully an agreement of what class what category it falls into. And there is going to be a process where if they can't agree, there's going to be a higher mechanism of consideration to come to the agreement. And the way we're thinking right now, that would be the state director and MDOW director of making that final call.
Kyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm just confused about the process and not being an actual project proponent, but isn't the determination that's being made when a project proponent comes to BLM and says, hey, I want to do this project, energy project, mining project, whatever, you look at those maps and you determine, all right, looks like you're in sage grouse habitat. The remedy in just about all cases is either you need to go talk to Kathleen or you don't. Is that mostly right, or what step am I missing in the process?
Kathleen Steele for the record. So in the past, and I'm not entirely sure what has been pushed forward through in the ARMPA, in the past, if a project proposes in PHMA, depending on the type of project, that is a closed area. They cannot break ground on that area. They have to step outside of it. And that, to my understanding, is the concern of BLM, why they don't want the pixelated version, because you might have a PHMA next to a GHMA and they can break ground there, but they can't break ground here, kind of thing. I do not know if that's the same in the newest ARMPA, what was chosen on whether things are going to be open, closed, if you can get around being closed by mitigating with us. There were a lot of decisions, and I'm not entirely sure what was settled on, but that was the process. That's also the concern. If you smooth the map, are you smoothing out areas that shouldn't break ground, that should be closed, or are you smoothing out areas that should be opened, that kind of thing?
Well, I guess that brings up the next question, and I suppose this is a question for Alan, which is that that was certainly a big part of the discussion on the new ARMPA from our perspective, is that our understanding, and this was a discussion at our last meeting, is that there's not supposed to be essentially disturbance cap mechanisms in this. So if those still exist, then that makes sense. But if they don't exist, then it shouldn't be the case that there are definitely no-go zones.
Alan Shepard for the record. No, with it, once the plan is in place and signed, the ROD signed, the intent is the CCS takes precedence. There's not a cap. That was one of the things that the governor was very serious about. We went to bat for it consecutively and making sure that it was our language is utilized, of that there isn't the disturbance cap, and we're going to follow the CCS because of the benefits of it. So, and then we can utilize the site visits and things like that to verify the next steps. And implementation is not going to occur until or anything move forward until we make some of those determinations of what that habitat type is, because we got to know what the stipulations are, if any, of going into what the type of project it is. So a lot of that is still very, I think it's clearer in the document, but we definitely will looked at it of making sure we address the governor's concerns in following the CCS process, and not have a specific specific disturbance cap like some states will still have.
Kathleen Steele for the record. Question, Ellen, are there in the new land use plan, so in the old one that for energy, for example, energy in PHMA was closed, that kind of stuff. Is there something, are there industries or disturbances that are similar in the new land use plan where it's major right-of-way or energy development, those in PHMA it's closed, then and it's avoidance in GHMA and open in OHMA. Are there any closed in those land use?
Off the top of my head, I can't rattle it all off. There's definitely been adjustments made. of what's open, what's closed, what's, you know, and all that. I'd have to have Tim sit down and walk, and that's something I think we need to do. And that would be my suggestion, is once we get the plan out, I can have Tim and my staff put together a short presentation and walk through some of the bigger pieces. 'Cause it is something that we intend to, you know, and one thing that John and I have talked about is once the plan is signed, we're gonna do a tour of the state, and do some workshops of what the thing means now. I think that's gonna be the key pieces. So I think that's my best answer at this point. And those workshops are gonna be BLM and public, you know, because we got proponents are asking questions. We've got other, you know, private citizens asking questions, as well as our staff. So, being able to go in and hold some workshops and answer some questions, show some things, you know, what did change, what went from what to what, you know, and it's all mapped out in the document, but it'll be good to have us sit down and just walk everybody through it.
Yeah, and in 2019, we piggybacked onto those workshops just because they were required for BLM staff, so we had their full undivided attention. So we came and we spoke on either right after y'all did or on the second day. So if we could do that again, that would be really great.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of things in the works right now with this new administration, things changes, and we're trying to figure out how to workshop it to death. You know, the different resources, different programs that we have. You know, there's stuff going on in the range program, there's stuff in the grouse program. So all those, we're just trying to figure out, do we have a couple days of workshops, or do we have, you know, a bunch of individual ones and then start all over again with a different subject? So.
Follow-up questions? Oh, Justin, there you are. Thanks.
I could defer to Tim. He might have been providing some supporting comments to Alan if he's still interested in speaking.
Yeah, thank you. I just, for the record, Tim Bowden, just wanted to clarify that any project that has a potential for compensatory mitigation that's within 6 kilometers of HMA is brought to the set. So it's not just if it's in HMA, if it's within 6 kilometers, has a potential for compensatory mitigation, that is brought forward to the set. And also a reminder that this map is a habitat management area map. It is not a habitat map. And that's an important distinction. And I think that the biggest difference between our habitat management area maps and the actual habitat map is the state's decision to clip all habitat outside of a PMU. And that habitat that exists outside the PMUs is no longer mitigated for or considered habitat by our management areas. And that's really a much larger difference than the smoothing process that the set had advocated for initially for the internal, but didn't like it on the fringes. But that just a clarification. Thank you.
Justin, do you still have a comment or question? Okay, thanks.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I think one thing, you know, we've talked a little, and Kathleen, I understand that time is of the essence here and getting this approved or not before January. One thing to just keep in mind, it seems like there was consensus that removing historic Lex made sense in alignment with what Indow is already doing. It would be interesting, at least to me, to understand to what degree that the difference in acres between the state map and the smooth map is the result of removing historic Lex versus the smoothing.
Not sure we have an answer to that. Yeah. I think it's a lot of plotting, but I understand the desire. Kathleen?
Just to point out that the removal of historic Lex would only affect PHMA itself, so it doesn't affect OHMA or GHMA. It might increase because that area might go down, but it'll decrease PHMA. Just that removal of historic Lex, because all the historical Lex are almost strictly PHMA.
What's the pleasure of the council? Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on what I've heard, I'm not hearing a compelling reason why we need to, maybe ever, in terms of changing our maps just to match, when I think we all generally believe that our maps are more accurate. Considering it seems like most projects are going to end up at the desk of the set anyway, and I'd rather have them working off more accurate maps. So I guess my preference would be not to make this change at this time, but I'm certainly willing to listen to the other arguments.
Is that a motion?
To the extent it requires a motion, absolutely.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Malini. Further discussion on the motion. Tryptophan's still kicking in. Okay. Yes, Willie.
Just one comment, and that's the consideration that 3 of the people that have agreed to this that run state agencies and are ex officio to this group. I don't know if that puts us in conflict with those folks.
I'm used to being in
Mr.
conflict with them.
Okay.
I'm just joking. Yeah, Jake.
And that's all the reason for me to punt this down the road a bit, to have the folks that apparently have agreed to this in the room with us. Again, as I mentioned earlier, I think having the directors to talk it through, having USGS in attendance to talk about the science behind it, I just think there's a lot of missing pieces today, and I just don't like feeling rushed on this. And I know, maybe time is of the essence, but I don't have enough information. There's just too many questions on this to me, and I think we can bring it back at a future time with all the right people in the room.
And I guess just the net effect would be 1 year. I mean, it would be that map would stay in place for 2026, and so it would be a 2027 question. Is that correct? Okay. Other questions or comments? Bevan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bevan Lister for the record. So curiosity, we have 2 maps in front of us, a 2025 HMA map and a BLM, a CCS 2025 management categories map and a BLM 2025 management categories map. Is the CCS 2025 map the one that we are currently using? So a no action just leaves that map in place. Okay, thank you.
With that, any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion? Aye. Opposed? Aye. Okay, we got through it. Difficult ones. I don't look at it as a thumb in the eye to BLM. You guys have been great to work with in getting the CCS implemented. I know our directors might have shed some light on this for the future, but I'm with Jake. I'd like to have more information. So we had this kind of artificial timeline put on us for having to make it now because of next year, but I don't think it takes it off the table in the future. Thank you.
What's happening on
It is 12:05. Do we want to break for lunch or keep moving through? Okay, everybody says keep moving. It's not just me being the ogre. It's on the record. I'm not the sole ogre. Okay. All right, with that, we'll go to item 10, consideration of the December 2025 semi-annual report for submission to the Office of the Governor in accordance with NRS 232162. Sarah was going to handle this, but she's not here, so Kathleen, I'm guessing it's you.
Sorry, you guys have to listen to me again. Sarah's out sick today, so just going to go quickly over our semi-annual report. I do want to remind you all that because we are presenting this at the beginning of December and our report is technically through the end of December, things might shift a little bit before we send it to the governor's office at the end of the month. But this is what we have currently, statistics-wise and programmatic numbers-wise, as of last week. So it might change a little bit before we send it to the governor, but it'll only get better, I hope. So just the typical introduction, our mission, to specifically the council's mission is to maintain and restore a functional, resilient sagebrush ecosystem to benefit all species while allowing for various land uses, and this will be accomplished by working through a diverse coalition of public and private stakeholders. Our mission specifically is to sustain and enhance Nevada's sagebrush ecosystems and the species that depend on them, while supporting the state's economy through responsible land stewardship and resource management. So just it's basically a summary of the entire document, and then we keep the background information for those who are new to this system to give them information about the program and the conservation credit system itself. So we keep that in there before we get to the actual meat that you guys are interested in. Specifically credit projects, we've not much has changed since we last discussed the credit projects and the transactions to you guys. We are up to 89 credit or 89 transactions right now. It's 4 whole pages of transactions. So we're very pleased. 84 transactions have been finalized using the CCS. 15,343 credits have been transferred or sold, and 45,000 acres approximately have been conserved for at least a 30-year term. So our transactions have exponentially increased since the start. It took a little bit to get started, but then we have just been going on ever since. And our latest workshop this last summer, the credit and debit workshop, where we had credit project developers and credit and debit developers come into the same room, and we broke them apart into little workshops to discuss their different sections, and then we brought them together for a meet and greet. That seemed to be helpful. It gave us 10 transactions. We do have about 6,700 anticipated credits coming up with new credit projects that are showing interest at this given moment. But in the meantime, we have about 65,000 available credits on the books for sale. And so that's a pretty good number with 128,000 acres, a little over 128,000 acres conserved, or at least under a management plan, not necessarily transacted, but under a management plan. Reserve account at this given moment, we haven't changed anything in the reserve account. This will be updated based on your decision today. So you'll see the governor in his final report that gets sent to him. We'll see an increase in the reserve account balance and a couple withdrawals. So we'll work on that this next week. Now that a decision has been made, we will add things, and we will remove some reserve account into their projects that they're covering, the 3 credit projects that were impacted. So this slide will change, but we just wanted it out there for whatever decision you wanted to make. All right, debits. We have a lot of debit projects. They are pretty spread out throughout the state, but mostly centralized in central Nevada. If you guys are interested, there's the map and the key, so you can know, because it's really hard to see the names when we put them in there. We do, for debits anticipated and outstanding, we currently have 24,000 debits anticipated or outstanding, and then we have a bunch more anticipated. We expect it to increase by additional about $20,000 as they finalize their NEPA. So we're those are the projects that are known, that are listed. We do have a bunch of projects that are not necessarily, they haven't started NEPA yet, so they're not necessarily ready for public disclosure. And that is an additional 54,000 debits. So right now we have about 45-ish 1,000 debits that are going through the NEPA process, but on top of that, another 54,000 debits that have not started the full NEPA process yet, that are in pre-NEPA or talks. So that's a lot. That's about 95,000, almost 100,000 debits that are going to be out there. So this just shows the total credit projects versus the total debit projects since 2016. You can see the increase in 2019 when we became a regulation and became mandatory, and then the debit projects have just been going up from there at a steeper rate than the credit projects. So we would like more credit projects on the books, if you guys know anybody. Otherwise, this kind of shows the reason for why we're pushing for public land so hard. Sorry, Skylar has.
No problem. Skylar Monahan for the record. I would just like to make note that this year we have more interest than we've had in many, many, many years for the credit projects. I have run 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've run 8 estimates in the past 2 months here, and I think about 5 of those 8 are actually viable projects that we can work with going forward in the future here. So it seems like a little bit more of the Nevada grapevine has been working for us in this past year and a half. Thank you.
And just FYI on what makes a project viable is if it is it going to pencil out in how much work is going to be involved with it versus how many credits they get? Is it is the management able to be maintained or updated? Or is it more hands-off and it can't be controlled? We have had projects in the past that are interested, but they are the owner does not live even within the state. The area is not fenced, so it's hard to control management on that. So those kind of things on whether a project is viable, that's what we take into consideration. Is it worth your time and money? Are you going to get enough credits for the amount of time and money that's going to go into it? And then can we manage it appropriately for the long term? So an additional for the credit and debit balance, like I said, we have a good number of credits right now to cover what is going through NEPA, but we are seeing a huge increase coming in of projects that haven't started NEPA yet, so they're not technically ready for public disclosure, but there's a potential out there. So they do move slowly, and we could potentially have a problem. We could not. We aren't entirely sure. But right now, we do have enough to cover, and then there's also the public lands piece that is an option. So like I mentioned, most credit projects occur in the northeast portion of the state. However, most debit projects occur in that central part of the state, and there's a deficit of credit projects where those debit projects are concentrated in that center. And we would like to pursue, and that's a plan down the road, is to pursue reaching out to landowners in that central area to see if we could get more credits on the books to help with that proximity factor. So just status of greater sage-grouse and the sagebrush ecosystem. This is based off of the latest report coming out from NDOW. So 913 total leks were surveyed during 2025. 515 of them were active, which means they had more than one male in attendance. The peak male count was 10,954, which is about an average of 21.2 males per active lek. And that's a 6% increase over the 2024 attendance rate. So we have been seeing a bit of a climb in the last couple of years, an increase in attendance, and we're starting to see a little bit of a peak, as you'll see in the next slide. However, 2025 attendance rate was 15% above the previous 20-year average. So like I said, we are seeing a climb, a little bit of an increase. But as shown in this diagram, it looks like we might be starting to peak out. Hopefully not. Hopefully it's just a little blip and we can keep climbing. So as part of the annual LEX survey, 150 trend LEX were visited in 2025. These trend LEX are a subset of the total LEX counted on the previous slide that are visited multiple times each year and represent a cross-section of the greater sage-grouse population. Average male attendance at the trend LEX were 22.1 males per LEC, and that represents an increase from the 2024 attendance, but is still 8% below the 20-year average of 23.9 males per trend LEC. So it's that, as you can see in the chart, it's even though it's higher than recent, it's still a decrease overall in LEC population. That being said, the 2025 population increase has not been observed at such a level since 2018, and can likely be attributed to a 3-year above average winter, coupled with the 8 to 10 year population cycle already being on the upward trend. So in other words, the combination of abnormally high greater sage-grouse habitat quality and increased reproduction and recruitment likely explains the observed increase. The previous declines were likely driven by drought, wildfire, and extensive anthropogenic disturbance, all of which will continue to pose threats to greater sage-grouse populations in the future. So while we see an increase, we can as very easily reverse that, peak out and reverse that, and see a decrease in the near future. The threats to the greater sage-grouse and the sagebrush ecosystem are the same. Fire is one of our main threats with that increased fire frequency with invasive plants. We do hope now that we've been granted the ability to utilize public lands to tackle the invasive annual grass problem. We do hope to start getting some projects on the ground to see if we can tackle that head on. Other influences are PJ encroachment, wild horse and burrow predation, etc. So those are also other threats to greater sage-grouse that we hope to help or at least offset down the road. So regarding our wildfire year, the 2025 wildfires was a big one. We had a lot of large wildfires this year and a lot of fires in general. The average fire size was approximately 7,180 acres, with the largest fire being 132,600 acres. And a similar number of wildfires occurred in 2025 and in 2024, but more large-scale fires in 2025, which is 56% of wildfire acres occurred within greater sage-grouse habitat. Just FYI, all this data is preliminary. They haven't finalized all their wildfire perimeters and analyses. And then also fires with less than 50 acres of burned area is not included in the average or in the acreages as stated, more because they probably aren't worth adding in. So, like I mentioned, a lot of it was burned. A lot of greater sage-grouse habitat was burned in these fires. 222,413 wildfire acres were in greater sage-grouse habitat. And in PHMA plus, that was 38,000. PHMA took the brunt of it at 156,709. More than 10% more habitat burned in this year than in 2024, with Cottonwood being our largest fire. And Cottonwood was almost all in habitat and took over half the total burn was Cottonwood. So not a good year for sagebrush ecosystems and fire. Continuation on our programmatic operations. We will continue our work. We are, like I said in the past, we've got the CCS under control. We'll continue to improve that and work on especially the public land side. But we are working on more outreach and restoration. So taking the CCS and also stepping out of that and looking at how we can better the systems on our own. Your decision with the reserve account, using some grants and potentially our own private money for the program to create projects. We're very excited for that, and we hope to come to you soon with some ideas. but we do want to work on that, but we will always forever continue working on our main job, which is outreach and administration and monitoring and improving the CCS. We're working on a huge literature update. Unfortunately, with the loss of a staff member, we've had to put that aside. We had hoped to bring that to you today, but we had to set that aside due to increased workload on the remaining staff. And so we do hope to bring that down the road. We do have our verifier training coming up in January. So we'll be working on that pretty soon, starting to get going on that. We do have it's a 3.5 day training for new verifiers and a 1 day refresher for returning verifiers. So we're excited, always excited for that. Additional operations, we did a post-fire site visit. We'll continue doing that and helping out the ranchers who had some habitat loss. We did a beaver reintroduction, which was amazing, and we're excited. We do have staff going out there, hopefully in the near future, in that same area to see what is to be done next on this meadow restoration. And then we'll continue to help Sherm with his riparian proper functioning condition workshops. Sarah is a teacher in those workshops, and so she will continue that. Additional activities is we'll continue to collaborate in public lands. We conducted 2 site visits to observe landscape condition and assess for future public land credit projects. We're very excited about those. One is a meadow restoration, another one is a fire rehab site. Like I said, we introduced 5 beavers into a credit project's property, and we do hope to continue working on that. We are collaborating with NDF on potentially getting some manpower out there to figure out how to repair a massive head cut. We did visit one credit project affected by wildfire. We are investigating other opportunities to help our credit project proponents who have had their land burn. We attended 2 conservation district meetings so that we can keep up to date with our potential credit projects and other landowners out there. Met with the Summit Lake Tribal Council to give an overview of the program, answer their questions. We taught a shrub identification course to wildland firefighters. By we, I mean Casey, and she did great at it. We held several meetings with IT consultants to streamline and enhance our HQT coding. We began collaboration on a new website design, and we hope to begin collaboration on a new database. Right now we are working out of an Excel spreadsheet, and it is very long and complicated, and there are thousands and thousands of cells and formulas that could go wrong at any moment. So we are very excited to begin on a new registry that can keep track of all of this. And then we've been working on updating the CCS manual and the user's guide with information relevant that based on decisions you guys have done. Just updating our user's guide with the enhanced coding and instructions. I believe we went down a tool on the debit side, so we got to readjust some language there, some guidance for our verifiers, and adding more things. Like I said, we should have added literature in here, but because of our workload, we were not able to fully update our literature. But that is pending. We did hold 6 Sagebrush Ecosystem Council meetings, which I'm very excited about, which means we had money. We did hold 1 regulation workshop and a public hearing. We do hope to keep the regulation workshop either at an annual event or every couple years event. There was a lot of interest in it of continuing, so we're very excited to continue that. We continue to collaborate with federal and state agencies and serve as cooperating agencies. We attend so many meetings, you would balk at our calendars. It is very full. It's very hard to find blank spaces in our calendars for impromptu meetings. We're usually a couple weeks out. And then we updated the HQT to optimize modeling computations, and we're still working on that. And we'll still continue to work on it, and we want to continue to step in. We're working with the BLM and Forest Service right now to update our MOUs. And we're continuing to work with local area working groups and their adaptive management process. We will have an adaptive management report out sometime when that process gets finalized. And just basically continue doing our job and hopefully getting a new NDOW position anytime soon. So thank you, and any questions?
Bevan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bevan Lister for the record. Thanks, Kathleen. It's a good report. Is there a place in there that you could add a line and just say, you know, here's projects, or there have been other projects done to benefit sage grouse through different agencies?
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be important to note, even though it may not be directly part of the program, but I think it would be good for the record.
Other questions or comments?
Mr. Chair, this is Jake.
Yes, Jake.
Sorry, to pile on just what Bevan said. I do think, you know, if you read the plan and our adaptive management process, there's a blurb, this report about, you know, getting that adaptive management process and the local area work groups kind of re-engaged. But through that, if you read that's where those other non-CCS projects are supposed to be kind of vetted and tracked and stuff. So just wanted that to kind of be on the record too, that if we really move forward at trying to make that adaptive management process work, I think we'll automatically be tracking and get a better handle on the other types of projects that are out there. So thank you.
Any other comments, questions? You do need a motion to approve, don't you? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Bevan Lister, I'll move to approve with updates as they see needed.
Seconded by Mr. Boyce. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Any opposed? All right, great job. Thank you. My mic's not on. Number 11, review of action items and future agenda items discussed during this meeting and scheduling next SEC meeting. Okay. Future action items, Kathleen?
All right, so I have for our next meeting, we will hopefully have a range camp presentation by one of our campers. She was busy this meeting, so we're hoping to book her for the next meeting in February. We hope to bring to you a potential public lands project that we want to collaborate with. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service hopes to have a presentation at that one as well. We maybe will get our literature updates done depending on our workload. They are almost done. We want to have that to you. And then the potential discussion about reserve account credits, depending on like the workload for that February meeting, was reserve account credits on public lands from private lands, and maybe discussing aligning the WAFA zone and PMU zones or PMUs. Literature updates? Did you get that one? Literature updates? Updating our science to make sure that we are still on track.
Any other member items that we're missing? Not seeing any. That should keep us pretty busy. Next council meeting?
So we are not available the week of the 16th or the week of the 23rd.
We're talking February, right?
Correct.
So earlier or?
Earlier.
Yeah. So the week of, I don't have my calendar in front of me, 9th or the week of the 9th? No, right?
Week of the 2nd or week of the 9th, yeah, the first 2 weeks.
So everybody like Thursday's better, worse? I know we've been through this before, but
Chair, this is Matt Johns. I'm not available the 11th through the 13th. The week of the 9th is my only conflict.
okay.
Available the 9th or the 10th.
So the 10th is a Wednesday, a Tuesday?
I'm going to be tied up Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday that week.
Okay, how about the previous week of the 2nd?
Monday, the 2nd would be the only day that week that worked for me, Chair.
Okay. Monday the 2nd,
Groundhog Day.
feels like it. Everybody okay with February 2nd?
You know how much we love Mondays,
I know. It's,
but that works for us.
okay. Sounds like that's what's available for everybody of what we have on. Everybody okay? Going once, going twice, February 2nd? Monday, February 2nd.
NRCS, Mr. Chair, NRCS won't be able to make it that morning. We have a state leadership team meeting, but we can always send the report later. So.
Are we okay with that? Okay, let's do tentatively Monday, February 2nd, and we'll see what happens from there.
Can do.
Thank you. And you'll figure out the location, and appreciate LCB or whoever said yes to us letting use this. This is nice. All right. So with that, any other for item 11? Not seeing any. Thanks for hanging in there, folks. Okay, item 12. Federal agency updates. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Justin, you still there?
Hey all, this is Laura Enders. Justin had to step off for another meeting, so I'll provide it. You guys can hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right, excellent. So we're still kind of getting settled in after the government shutdown with, I think, 5.5 weeks off, trying to figure out where we were and just adjusting all of our timelines and working through the backlog of projects that we had ongoing and came in while we were out. So we do have a new ARD, we have a new assistant. Sorry, I got my acronyms mixed up here. Assistant Regional Director for Ecological Services within Fish and Wildlife Service. For those who are familiar with Mike Sen, he took one of the early retirement opportunities earlier this year. And we've had a series of details, but we now officially have Adam Johnson as our new permanent ARD for Ecological Services. Adam used to be the Assistant Regional Director for Science Applications, and before that, he was the Field Supervisor for our Klamath Falls office. There is a announcement, a proposed rule out in the Federal Register right now for Fish and Wildlife Service and the National Marine Fisheries Service. We have 4 proposed revisions to the ESA that are out on the street for public review and comment. So there's regulation changes that were made to sections 4 and 7 of the ESA under the first Trump administration. Those were then modified under the Biden administration. And now the proposal is basically to largely reinstate what was put in under the first Trump administration. So these proposed rules are found on fws.gov within the Federal Register. And there's a link that's kind of like the homepage for all of these. And so I'll drop that in the meeting chat here, but then I'll also send it to Kathleen and have her send those out to the larger group. So that's all we have for right now. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Laura. Any questions for Laura? Not seeing any. Appreciate it. Alan, thanks for sticking with us. BLM didn't stomp out after the map discussion, but you have a report for us.
Yeah, a little bit. Couple things. Not a ton has changed since the last update in October. As Laura brought up, a lot of the staff is just getting back from the lapse of funding. So we've been back fully for the last couple of weeks and trying to get kind of re-energized and re-jumped into the system, and of course then followed right into the holiday season. So kind of the slower period of time right now. Since the last meeting, John talked about the emergency permitting process for critical minerals. We did recently approve a barite mine through that process in Elko County. That was just a few weeks ago. That was the Coyote mine. It went from, I think, 45 acres to roughly potential build out to, I believe it's 100. With, as they build, they're filling in type of a thing. But that one was approved, received some other request applications for consideration of doing some other emergency permitting that staffs in the various districts are working on with the proponents. So more to come on that most likely. Let's see, in the world of fire and fuels, the fuels staff are doing their end of the year reporting right now, and they've got some really nice highlights that they wanted to share. For accomplishments, 61,400 acres of fuel breaks were implemented, 2,500 acres of prescribed fire so far, 29,000 acres of conifer removal, and 152,700 acres of habitat improvement within greater sage-grouse habitat. So the various offices are doing gangbuster work, trying to do the right thing for habitat and urban interface situations. So it's great to hear some of those numbers, and spending our money wisely and making great benefits to the public lands there. Not a lot of going on right now in the horse program. John talked about completing of the little emergency burrow gather down in the Beatty to get them off the highway and out of bothering people at stores within the town. They did that quite well. We figured out a box of cornflakes works really well to take them away from the candy store. So we got some animals caught there, and based on what we can tell now, there's only a couple animals kind of still around coming into town at this point, but I'm sure it will change as the vacuum effect starts working and other boroughs figure out that there's goodies in town. Let's see. On the administrative front, many of you probably have heard, we do have a new director nominated by the president, Stephen Pierce. He is from New Mexico. He's a former congressman from New Mexico, has ties or background in the oil and gas industry. So he's been nominated. We haven't heard when any confirmation hearings at this point are happening. John would have been here in that sense, normally doing this, but he's probably over with it by now. But he's been testifying in front of the Senate, I believe, today on a number of bills affecting BLM and natural resources, as from his stay back there as the acting director. And in a couple weeks, he goes back again and goes in front of the House on some issues there.
I can't believe that'd take priority over us.
I think he would rather be here, based on my last interaction with him. So, but that's probably the big thing. And then probably the last thing is we've talked about the plan, the grouse plan already. We're still waiting. The deputy secretary had some questions about the layout of the plan, the rods that are coming out, and some of the language within it. She has provided those comments to the headquarters office, and the contractors are working through making global adjustments to the plan and to the state plan documents. We understand, I believe we're going to have ours to us, the Nevada California plan, here in the next day or two. We will, staff will make any final edits, adjustments that need to be made that the contractor did not make, or there was questions that we have to answer. That will happen probably within the next week or so. Probably by the end of next week, I'm thinking, based on the chart that I just saw. And then it appears potentially still before holidays that we may have a ROD sign, but it could change. That's kind of a potential right now. Things are still, like I said, still kind of in the works with some adjustments being made. So hopefully we'll be out of the planning effort here soon, within the month or next month, and then we can go head towards implementation. So I think that's it.
Thank you, Alan. Good questions for Alan? Appreciate you sticking here and thorough report. Have anybody from U.S. Forest Service online? Not seeing any. USDA? NRCS? Still, there's Chris.
Yep. Good afternoon, everybody. Chris Rose, Partnership Coordinator with NRCS. Just got a couple of highlights to hit here. I also sent a copy of our update to Kathleen that's got some additional information, so you can probably read through that later. But big things for us right now is our FY26 program sign-up deadline is going to be January 15th, 2026. That's a nationally mandated deadline. And so all states are going to have to comply with that. If there's a need for it, we can do follow-up sign-up periods after that. Our STAC meeting, due to the shutdown, had to be postponed in October. So we're looking at doing that in late January. Right now, it looks like either January 22nd or January 29th. We've got a poll that closes this week. It'll be a half-day meeting with the same agenda as the October meeting, and we'll have an announcement out about that early next week. As far as programs go for this year, the biggest thing with us is our Conservation Stewardship Program, CSP. We've got a budget of about $5 million for this year, which is a $3.8 million increase over fiscal year 25. So that's an opportunity to benefit wildlife. If you know partners or producers that work with us, we encourage them to go and reach out to our offices. We're going to be getting some additional guidance from headquarters. But other things to note about CSP for this year are the maximum contracts have been increased from $200,000 to $300,000. And there's also increased payments for conservation practices. So for something like an irrigation pipeline or fencing, previously the CSP rate was about 10% of the EQIP payment rate. And now that's about 75% of the EQIP payment rate on the same practice. So big jump in payments potentially through CSP. Something that came up, I think, in one of the summer meetings with the SEC was the status of the ESDs. And so our state soil scientist, Chris Savastio, provided some information. So ecological sites in Nevada should be 100% approved to the provisional level, and they're publicly viewable in the EDIT database. All MLRAs in Nevada have been published, have published ecological site information. MLRA 22A, which is the Sierra Nevada Mountains, and MLRA 23, which is the Malheur High Plateau, feature ecological site groups. And we're going to be going into more detail on ESDs and kind of where we're at and where those stand at our STAC meeting in January. A couple other highlights here, working through our engineering stuff, prioritizing the workload for that. Older contracts, which is fiscal year 23 and earlier, are the highest priority. We funded our first project under an alternative funding agreement with the Duck Valley Tribe. And so the AFAs allow tribal entities more flexibility to complete projects and deliver conservation. So in this case, it's about a $1 million project to address resource concerns associated with an outdated irrigation system. As far as funding goes for this coming year, our total allocation for EQIP, CSP, and ASAP is about $21.9 million, which is about $3 million more than we obligated in fiscal year 25. We'll have about $15 million for EQIP, $5 million for CSP, and $2 million for the ASAP program, which is our conservation easements. For fiscal year 25, we spent more than 105% of our initial EQIP allocation and more than 100% of our CSP allocation. So we had to go out and get extra funds, which is great. It means people are coming to us. We've got the money and the programs to help them out. We also surpassed ASAP easement funding for the last 5 years combined in fiscal year 25. So there's been an increased interest in easements as well. And we've brought on some staff to help us with that. And I'll let my report there unless there are any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Questions for Chris? Appreciate you taking the time. Thank you. Any other federal agencies? Not knowing anybody, we'll go on to item 13, state agency updates and comments. Office of the Governor. Anybody here from the? Not seeing one. DCNR, Mr. Chad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chad Stevens, Deputy Director at DCNR. Just a couple highlights out of the department. A couple weeks ago, we had a ribbon cutting for our new Valley of Fire Visitor Center down in Las Vegas. That park gets about over 100 million visitors a year, so that was a much-needed addition. It's a good time if you do want to go do some hiking down in Vegas. This is a good time of year to do it. So we're excited about that. The second one may be a repeat, but after nearly 2 years, we were able to bring on a land use planner in our Division of State Lands. Joseph Marinac came from City of Reno, so we're excited to have Joseph on board. I think he's already had a chance to meet with a couple of the members here on the council. And finally, as most of you know, our nation's capital's Christmas tree came from the Humboldt-Toyabe this year and up by Mount Rose. So it's been about a month since the tree, made its appearance at the Nevada Day Parade. And today is a culmination, of a lot of effort. Around 2:30 Pacific time, our essay winner, our fourth grader from Virginia City, is going to be able to flip the switch on that tree. So I think you can find a streaming link maybe on Humboldt-Toyabe socials, but tune in if you can.
Thanks, Chad. Any questions? Christmas is officially here. Department of Wildlife. Anybody online for Department of Wildlife? Don't think so. I think they had a bunch of meetings today. Department of Ag. No? Okay.
JJ's not going to get listed twice.
Yeah, no. JJ's just. All right. So we'll move on. Would you like to do member comments first before public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this will be my last meeting. I think I'm north of 60,000 miles, so that's enough. 13, I think March it might be 13 years from when it started, but I really have enjoyed the time on the council and always felt listened to, and that's really important when you drive that many miles and put that kind of time in. So I think it's important from the beginning. I've said this before, but an effort and a project like this is, how important it is and what a worthy thing it is, but how complicated it is. And I don't think that's going to change. of thinking about this a few days ago, and I'm not sure the going forward isn't going to be just as difficult or more than what we've done the last 13 years, but definitely leaving it in good hands. So anyway, appreciate it, and carry on. We'll try to find a replacement.
Steve, thanks for your work and your wisdom.
Not much wisdom.
Steve, I just want to say, back in the olden days, you were on the Wildlife Commission right before I was, and I've always looked up to you, and you've always brought the bridge and represented your constituents well. It's amazing that you get this group of people together and to be able to create what we've created, and you know, you've always been a steady, reasonable force for your constituents and for the bird and for the state, and so I just want to say I appreciate it. We'll miss having you here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And Kathleen, the program wants to say something. So you've been a pivotal part of our whole CCS creation, development, the program. You've been here since the very, very beginning. So we really appreciate you. We're grateful for all that you have done for our program and the system, and we wish you luck moving forward with whatever you're doing. I know we'll still talk to you since you're stuck with us, but we do have a couple gifts for you. The staff got together. We got you a little bit of a plaque to remind you of where you have been, and we got you a little sagebrush to remind or to give you something to look forward to in your future. So a little bit of a blessing for your future as well. So I'll get that to you. Chris.
I got a place or two.
Any other member comments at this time? Okay, with that, we'll go to public comment. Anybody here? You few stalwarts that stuck through this? No, they're shaking their head no. Anybody online for public comment?
If you would like to participate in public comment, please press *9 or raise hand in the Zoom window to take your place in the queue. There are no callers wishing to provide public comment at this time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your help today. With that, Bevan, is it okay if we adjourn? All right. Second? Approved. All right. Thanks all.
Thank you. I'll see ya.
Happy holidays, everybody.
See ya. Thank you.